Yes. Good evening, one and all. I'm so glad you could be here. We're going to be going through what I can only describe as the dregs results of bad behavior, lauded, applauded, and yes, queened to death. Now, there are no winners in this scenario. Truly, there are only losers. Because a social atmosphere has been permeated from within this streaming world, from within the gaming world, from within the W's and L's and the ideas of accentuating and normalizing antisocial behavior and putting all kinds of labels on it so that you can deflect away from the actual bad behavior. Because we have names for people who are unwell, and if you're unwell, you should seek help. And if you're antisocial and you're cruel or sociopathic, it needs to be known, or you should know it about yourself, or something needs to be done. Either way, it's important we all take note of where this goes down, how this happens, who it happens to, and why. I don't take this lightly, my friends. I think it's really important that we not allow ourselves to succumb to the, well, lack of social etiquette, lack of social capability, lack of emotional intelligence and IQ of others who might drag us down. No, my friends, that is not healthy, and it is so often done when in a group of people that are not well themselves, and they might turn to each other and go, oh yeah, I'm doing this, you're doing it, it must be okay that we're doing it together. No. It just reinforces a lot of what I've said about how I believe streamers should be performers, because the unwell, in one way or another, are just too ready, capable, and the technology's way too available for them to just click on and tell you everything that's wrong. Hello, Lita Cabrera! Rude Mud Crab, what's happening? Good evening. Tonight's topic, we're talking about how stupid people can be on the internet, and how oftentimes that stupidity can be totally missed because everybody wants to be part of a group talking about the subject as if the subject has any credibility in itself. When anybody who can stand outside their own home, someone who might go to the bar, down the street to the library, or just, talk to people outside, they might have a different approach and different viewpoint of these things. Know what I mean? Anyway, that's where we're at tonight. Let me change the channel. We'll tune you guys in. Come on.
Like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest, like, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
One day, when the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yourself. Look up.
If this one doesn't shake your ass, I don't know what does. What? Huh? Look up.
It'll save you from getting hit by the bus. too low, that's when that sound yourself. Look up, remember the ways we. That's when that sound yourself. Look up. Look up, look up. Look up, look up, look up. They'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yourself. Look up, look up.
Yeah, what happened?
Look up.
Yeah.
Please do like and subscribe if you haven't already. Tonight, your brain on the internet, the ballad of kidology. Tonight, my friends, we're gonna dive deep, and I want your input as well, because the feature that I'm going to share with you is straight out of Bizarro World to me. It is an example of how people will make bad choices to start with, and then blame those bad choices on how the bad choices outcomes come out. As if they're surprised. Oh dear is correct. And good evening, Lizard Tree! What's happening? Yes, indeed. So, it's kind of a deep thing. I'm not going to share it with you part one, because I just don't even think it's important. In fact, if anything, it's something that gets referred to and explained right at the beginning of this video. If you've already seen it, feel free to chime in. There's so much to dive into, but here's the premise. Bad behavior plus bad behavior equals terrible behavior. Antisocial lack of experience plus antisocial lack of experience breeds what? Antisocial lack of experience times 2. Yeah, none of this stuff cancels each other out. And we'll find that out today. Once again, your brain on the internet, the ballad of kidology. But first, hey everybody, what's happening? I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Look Up, where I myself into a conversation that not a single sane person asked me to be a part of, and then, by way of which, take it someplace that most people don't expect it to go. And today, I sadly dive deep into something that has just been everywhere this week. This fine young lady right here, and I do mean she's, the music is just, I'm screaming. The beat is just too groovy. Hope everybody's doing well this evening. Yeah, what's up, crew? Hope everybody's good and having a good weekend. I surely am. Any case, what's this about? Why am I even covering this? Because normally this is like a little bit outside. No, I've covered her before. I've covered her before quite a while ago. Lita and I actually covered her. And Lita, you're welcome to hop up at any time to talk about this as well. But first, let's get into this, because this is part 2 of a video series, and this is called The Ultimate Emotional Manipulation and Stalking Part 2. And I would say, just right off the bat, I don't know if it's a stalking, if there's components of this that we don't know within the larger portion of the story. They aren't shared to determine that it is an actual quote-unquote stalking, because that would suggest that somebody's showing up at your door and, you know, chasing you down. And I guess by the exact terminology, the guy does contact her without her wanting it, and she also does the same, but I don't want to get too deep in the story. What I do want you to understand is, from the get-go, we are talking about people without a lot of what it seems to be social IQ, aptitude, experience as adults. Her background with friendships and relationships, very hit and miss, and tumultuous. And not long ago, she came out and said that she was gay. And she has long considered herself an incel. Now, she has taken criticism for this being kidology, this person being kidology, because it wasn't that she was involuntary, but rather a cell. She didn't have anybody that she liked to hook up with, let's say, or date. And the variance of the terminology is particular to this case because this group of people, if you're not familiar with them, are absolutely obsessed with how they mean the word that they're using at any given time. So credibility has to be given a wide latitude here. Because what they mean, what these people mean, may not be what we all know the words and things that they're saying to mean sometimes. And you actually need a special dictionary. I think Brittany Simons puts it out. Sorry, let me just... Anyhow, back to the show. Yeah, kidology is very okay. I wouldn't, immediately put it that way. I'll get there. Oh, I'm gonna get there. But off the bat, I just want to start lightheartedly and not dive wholesale into the person who I really think needs some friends, needs some help, needs. And I'm just another person. Who am I? I'm nobody. I'm not a psychologist. I've had a lot of classes. I've had a lot of schooling. I'm just another person who's lived a lot of life, okay? And that's really where I come from on this. And that's what I did last time. I think it was near Valentine's Day when I basically went over like how this person is got so much going for them and they should be able to find love in their life. And I would wonder why. Well, my friends, we find out why. Start at the beginning.
Salutations and welcome to, well, I guess this is part 2 of my video about my horrifying and bizarre experience. I would just like to sincerely thank everybody who watched my last video. I was reading the comments this morning and it brought me to tears. I did not realize how common an experience this was for...
It is a common experience for people to make mistakes in their own relationship life. It is a common experience for us to go into these things thinking the best, whether it be friendships, relationships with significant others, dating, friends with benefits, business relationships, you name it. Relationships of all nature are fraught with problems and possibilities of failure. And it is up to both parties at all times to have kind of an awareness of themselves and their partners in any of those cases. And it's a wide set of responsibilities and accountabilities that is, not for the faint of heart in a lot of cases, because relationships, my friends, I think if you know, they take work. And they're not simply just gonna happen. Nor do they just happen well and then stay that way. Things are always going to change day to day, week to week with people, month to month. That's just how humans are. Anyways, there's me preaching straight off the bat already, because basically we're talking about people that don't seem to have a lot of that normal expectation of fallibility in themselves. Let's just start there. What you got to say further?
So many people, not just for women, but for men and other individuals as well. It was heartwarming to know.
Okay, so before I go further, yes, do not get, hold on a second. Do not get mesmerized by the British voice. It lends so much credibility when it shouldn't right now. I know, I would be in Alaska and buy a fridge from this lady. True, absolutely. But we have to use our critical thinking past that point, friends. So let me just recap real quickly before we get any further. She's in part 2. Part 1 was an explanation and kind of a review of email and DMs between her and somebody who she had essentially made friends with. Now, it's come to be known that this person was a fan, one of her viewers, likely in Discord. And she maintained a friendship with this person for many months being 6 to 8. And this person admitted that they had feelings. She didn't want to reciprocate those feelings. Absolutely, a person's right, preferences and all. But she chose to continue and engage with a friendship. Now, this is where I believe, personally, we have an issue. And she goes into details of what happens in the outcome of the issue, which is really my point of today is, if you jump into oncoming traffic and people are telling you, hey, don't jump into oncoming traffic. And you're like, but I really want to I really want to challenge some oncoming cars. It's just me. Then it's on you. The accountability is on you, just when it comes down to it. Hey, Hurricane Pero, what's going on? I didn't see you come in. Good night and good evening and good morning. Yeah, so we're going to cover kidology in this facet of how it relates to people on the internet backpatting what is otherwise bad behavior from any party. I feel one of the determining problems, one of the real problems with this whole fucking thing is the fact that I don't ever hear any personal accountability truly for engaging in the subject. So you can point it out to me if I'm missing it. But that's where we start is, she has basically put somebody on blast that she had a actual friendship with, it appears. And she will describe to you how this friendship goes down in the end and how it devolves. And it's a sad story. It is not a funny thing all the time. Sometimes it's funny because it's not funny. You know what I mean? And that's where we're at.
That other people understood what I was going through, and it was also so revelatory to see what I had actually gone through when I watched through my video and actually realizing what had happened to me. It has been a very stressful time, I must admit, and I don't think I realized how serious some of what was
by the way, Lita, if you do come up, you would have to match the accent, just because I think we all want to hear you do it. Anyways.
Happening to me actually was. I don't think I realized how serious potentially going on holiday could have been. And I really thank all of you for your comments and for your messages of kindness and concern. I really appreciate it so much. I also do want to apologize for being
so what is she talking about there right off the bat? If you missed it, I'll run it back just a real quick, what is that, 30 seconds? Yeah.
And I don't think I realized how serious some of what was happening to me actually was. I don't think I realized how serious potentially going on holiday could have been. And I really thank all of you for your comments and for your messages of kindness and concern. I really appreciate it so much. I also do want to apologize for being I think in this video, just editing it right now, I come across as quite stiff, I think. And
She said holiday. If you're not familiar with the European lingo, that means vacation. She's thanking people in the audience for talking her out of going on the vacation. What vacation, you say? Oh, yes. Well, that comes into play here, too.
I do apologize for that. I've just been quite stressed over the past few days, and I'm sure that will become clear when you actually watch the video and what has happened in the past few days.
I'm sorry. Let me point out one other thing that I did notice.
Salutations and welcome to.
And I'm sorry. No, we're right at the beginning.
This is part 2 of my video about my horrifying and bizarre experience. I would just like to sincerely thank everybody who watched my last video. I was reading the comments this morning, and it brought me to tears. I did not realize how common an experience this was for so many people.
Which, by the way, let me just say this just before we go on. I don't want to minimize anybody's actual, if you've actually been stalked, or if you are being stalked, or if you're having a problem with somebody that just won't leave you alone, or something of that nature, and you've been clear about it, and it's causing a problem in your life. Seek proper help. Don't rely on friends. Don't rely on the hope that you may figure it out or things will get better. Seek proper help, please. And yeah, that's what I got to say about that. Anyways, so the other thing I'm going to point out. Whoa, sorry. The other thing I'm going to point out here is that please don't forget that she says these things are happening to her. That she is going through something horrifying. What it sounds like right away is something akin to being attacked. So I just want you to remember this, because this is where the framing got me and I had to run it back originally. I'm like, why was I feeling like a certain way from the
not just for women but for men and other individuals as well. It was heartwarming to know that other people understood what I was going through, and it was also so revelatory to see what I had actually gone through when I watched through my video and actually realizing what had happened to me. It has been...
So she watched through the video and that's when she realized what had happened to her. Yeah, she has taken the victim role. This is, the language here is that of the victim role. And I do believe there is definitely some victimization, breaking a trust, and other things that we'll find along the way. I do believe that. I don't want to actually bias you in any one way. I want you to discover this with me, even though I've already watched it and already seen a review of it elsewhere. Which, by the way, tomfoolery, top notch, buddy, top notch. Anyways.
Very stressful time, I must admit, and I don't think I realized how serious some of what was happening to me actually was. I don't think I realized how serious potentially going on holiday could have been, and I really thank all of you for your comments and for your messages of kindness and concern. I really appreciate it so much. I also do want to apologize for being so, I think in this video, just editing it right now, I come across as quite stiff, I think, and I do apologize for that. I've just been quite stressed over the past few days, and I'm sure that will become clear when you actually watch the video and what has happened in the past few days. So yes, I do want to apologize for that. I am okay, and I do thank you so very much for your understanding.
Oh, you're good. No sweat, anytime. I mean, you can always watch them back. I do try to make them so that they're rewatchable and not just like only about current events. Well, okay. Wow. So Lizardtree, this is very interesting that you say this. Hold on a second. Let me bring myself back up. This is very interesting that you say this right off the bat. So she fell in love with an internet person. Now, the indications of her interactions here say all kinds of things, and I want to hear what you guys think. What up, Jacob? Yeah, Jacob, this is actually good stuff right here because relationship-wise, interaction between people-wise, there's a lot of good lessons from what you don't do. Do not do the things that this lady does and or the other person that she's talking to. Either party, good lesson, things not to do. All right, anyways. There we go.
And now, let's get into the video.
Yes, let's
Before we start this video, I just need to make one thing very, very clear. The last time I was ever in contact with Lachlan was on May 31st when I sent...
Lachlan is the fictitious name of the person that she's been dealing with. And now she's given this person that name for the sake of the video. She has not named him directly. She's not named this town. She goes into this. But just so you know, when she refers to Lachlan, she's referring to the other person in the situation. The internet person, yes.
An email, which for me was basically putting my foot down for the first time ever. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Lachlan, please watch this video. This video will give you all the context and the information for what I'm going to be talking about in this video, about what has transpired since I posted that video, which is a perfect instance of, I would call it, emotional manipulation, if not emotional. In this email, I basically debunked all of his claims that...
So, the way she's describing it right off the bat, so you know, is her opinion of the situation and how she feels about it. I'm not going to minimize that. That probably feels really fucking terrible. I can only imagine I don't have to imagine. I've been there myself and in such a situation. But I want to talk about the determining factors of how that happens and how sometimes we can play a role in our own, fuck-ups, where we play a role in who we interact with and how long we interact with them and where and when we put the foot down. These things matter. And so when she said she put a foot down and you know, she talks about these experiences. Keep notes in your mind about kind of the timeline that ends up coming out here. So
I had strongly reciprocated his feelings and that I was sleeping around with Yorkshiremen, as he'd put it. The essence of the email isn't important, but what is important is how I ended that email. Please, for once, respect my wishes and don't contact me again. Now, I don't know if this just doesn't hit, and I know that...
So, one of the things that I find interesting about this, as with all these videos, there's another line that says about a certain amount of money that she's going to send back to him. And Lizard Tree has a message for everyone on the internet. Lonely people of the internet, get out in the real world. Anyway, yes. And that is thank you, Lizard Tree. That's a very valuable thing. Yes, that is a whole problem in this scenario. It is very clear.
Lachlan, just based on some of the comments I've been getting, is not the only person who thinks that what he did and what he has continued to do is perfectly viable and normal. If somebody says that they do not want you to contact them ever again, and not just says it, but says it in bold.
You're hitting my punchline here, Rude Mudcrab. Personal responsibility and introspection on one's own behavior is severely lacking. Couldn't have said it better myself, frankly, sir, because yeah, that's exactly kind of the point of this video. We have responsibility in our relationships as much as the other people. Now, if you're talking about violence and all kinds of things that you are subjected to by somebody, which include a lot of things, whether it be control or manipulation or gaslighting or you name it. There's things we can be subjected to, yes, but there's also things we have to admit that we subject ourselves to if, in fact, we're not bonded by a chain or bound by a business or a long-term agreement or a house or children. These things, those are the things that hold us. When it comes to somebody you just met on the internet, acting like you're held under some huge weight seems, I don't know if it's just me, tell me if I'm wrong, it seems reactionary. But let's save that for a little bit later because there's some reasons to talk about that as it comes up. So, and people only have the power you allow them. And Hurricane Peril, this is the spirit, what you're saying right here. This is the absolute spirit. You may be a lonely person. You may be alone right now, but you are 100% worth it. Not to give in to stupid, terrible games of other people or bad behaviors of other people or to overlook things because you don't maybe like the feeling of rejecting others or putting your foot down. That is a big deal. Making a boundary. We'll talk a lot about boundaries today because boundaries are so important for us. Every single human needs a boundary. I'm not going to go into the other things. You see a lot of channels of pulling it up and be like, oh, boundary. This is what a boundary is. I mean, I expect you're all some goddamn adults in my crowd, except for Jacob. Jacob, boundaries are when you draw a line about where your personal comfort and beliefs are with other people, and you don't let them cross that boundary. Because that's a personal thing about what you like. It has to do with, you don't like it when people talk smack about your mom. That's a boundary. You don't want somebody to take your cookies at lunch. That's a boundary. Anyways. Yeah, people only have the power you allow them. And the bullies in the world, they tend to play in on any power you allow them, which is actually also a trick of the reversal with a bully because knowing that you can just fill their vacuum of nastiness with all sorts of shit that clogs up the fucking fan that they use. That's a higher level of contemplation, though. We don't need to get into that. Let's keep listening to her. And ladies, I have said this before, and I'm going to say this again before I hit play again. Please, someone help her. That wig game. I know it's just taboo for me to mention, but I can't. It's this. She's such a smart, lovely lady. Someone be her friend. That's all I'm saying. People with bad haircuts, male and female, don't have good friends. When you see some dude and he's wearing high black socks and Birks, he doesn't have good friends. That's real. Anyhow.
Do not contact them ever again.
Yeah, I know. I went there.
Telling
I went
to
there.
And never contact me again. He has written me not one, not two, but
I think it's a
7
cry for help. It's a cry. Am I wrong? Lena, back me up here. Is it a cry for help? I feel like it's a cry for help. Anyways.
emails. He also did a whole lot more than this, and
So,
we will
what
get
do these say? Because she just rolls right past him like, you guys can figure it out what it
Somebody
says in 3
says
seconds.
that they do not want you
okay.
to contact them ever again. And not just says it, but says it in bold. Do not contact them ever again. Ever. Since telling Lachlan to never contact me again, he has written me not one, not two, but 7 emails. He also
Okay, so, my apologies. It skips past very
did
fast.
a whole lot more than that, and we will get into that.
So this is also something I had to watch for a second time to really catch that the timeline here is played with a little bit. Now, she's saying she cut off the communication, and this is the last time she wants to speak to him, and she does mention in the lineup above it, if you didn't catch it, about sending him some money for the vacation that they, don't read the emails? Oh, okay. That some of the text, we're going to be definitely reading some of the text, because some of this stuff is really, she just scrolls past like the context of the thing where she's making this person sound insane. And in some cases, they just may be desperate. And that's different than insane. Desperation can cause you to do some insane things, but it sounds more, when you read these things, like a very lost soul speaking to another lost soul, which I think is the important portion of most of the lesson here. 2 lost souls do not make for 1 whole, or even a half. Oh, she shouldn't read the emails if she didn't want the contact. There is a lot of this. So this is convenient logic on her part because, well, before these emails are sent, the gentleman here, she explains later on, way later on, so it's a little swamped in the history, that he said to her he doesn't want to speak anymore. And I think she kind of glosses past it because it's in an email or in a DM.
That they do not want you to contact them ever again. And not just says it, but says it in bold. Do not contact them ever again. Ever. Since telling Lachlan to never contact me again, he has written me not
once, but 7 times.
1, not 2, but 7.
There we go. Okay. Now we got something. Now we got something to work with. There it is. Hold on a second. Let me enhance here. Let me just get the enhance happening. So this is all recent. This is all within the last week, July 12th. I'm writing an email because I have several things to get off my chest, because it's become very apparent to me that you're hardly listening to anything. That one's cut off. May 31st. Forwarded message. Just acknowledge that I've read it and will read. Wait. Become better. Wait, hold on a second. So she sent the other message saying she didn't ever want to talk to him ever again. And then she sends him a message after that. This is engaging. Just acknowledge that I've read it and will reread it as part of trying to become better this month and beyond. I truly wish you all the best too, and will nothing else. And then he says, Zandy, I need to give a final brief but actual considered apology. Having reread this more than once, you're completely correct in your points you make. Oh, so he's giving contrition. He's realizing he's, did they trauma bond on the internet? You know, I'll let you tell me whether you think they did or not. I haven't taken that away yet, but you know, maybe this round I will. You tell me. I think that there is some definite lost soul connection here. I do believe that there is some you know, real antisocial or, you know, folks that don't have a lot of emotional experience or relationship experience or positive relationship experience parasocially connecting. And I think that there's a power imbalance of sorts here where one side knows that they are appreciated as a character themselves before they're even in a friendship with that person, much less the fact that that person is open, she shows, about how they feel at every stage. It is, guys just totally open about it. Hi there, and I think he says mother or father is still a family member, is still a viewer of your channel. So let me know this morning that you'd made a video about what happened. I don't know whether you feel she's redacted the rest of it, and it's just the first line of each of them, so you can't see. And he seems, honestly, am I wrong? He seems pretty, for somebody who's supposed to be unhinged, he seems pretty polite. Maybe it's the British, you know. Thank you thank you also for airing this without giving me any prior notice or warning. Okay, there he is. I believe I mentioned to you that I discussed some of this with my blank, and then that's cut off. You know that it was wrong to turn this into a public drama. If your intention was to hurt me, well done. You've achieved that by hurting those closest to me, I believe he says. And we can get to why would his parents know, or why would somebody in his family know. I've spoken to blank this morning and explained that the video is completely anonymous and you removed all details, and blank was calmer than yesterday. So understand that, yeah. So somebody in his family was aware about her and watching her content as well. And some may argue, well, how would his family know? Why would his family know? And I'll tell you this. My first thought was, if a person is not very well balanced, if a person is not maybe able to live on their own, or they're not, you know, in the best place, family members who care will know what the hell is going on with them. And when somebody new comes into their life, they're gonna know or want to know who they are. And when they find out that there's somebody that they can see and watch, and maybe they enjoy them, they might even end up watching their show or become vested in the show. I've seen stranger things happen, especially here on these internet streets here, you know. So it's not too far of a jump to consider that maybe the guy actually does have problems, or maybe the guy lives at home and maybe he takes care of a family member. So of course the family member knows everything about what's going on in his life. It's not that strange. These are people who seem to be living in a single room, you know, via the internet. So we should assume, in some cases, that they're not super social living on their own, which it is the case of the person that we're actually talking about. And then she's talking. And this is something she's known the whole time. So I believe that there's a portion of this where she's not taking into consideration who she's talking to. And that's where I fault her. That her response to some of this is, well, less than what you would hope.
Emails. He also did a hell lot more than that, and we will get into that momentarily. But not only did Lachlan send me 7 emails when I told him to never contact me again, he also made a fake Gmail account under the name Lachlan K and commented at least 11 times on—
Yeah, never a good look. Never a good look. At this point, you know, guys, you know, unhinged. He's creating now, how do we know that it's him? This dude, well, let me let her explain it.
My video. Now, as of today, that is Lachlan, not me, because I never delete comments. I've never deleted a comment on my channel in my life. But Lachlan has deleted the 11 comments that he left on my channel under the account and the name Lachlan K. I can hazard why he deleted those comments.
Yeah, because it's probably super embarrassing.
Of the contents of the emails that he sent me subsequently. Honestly, I should have screenshotted.
Or maybe a family member or a friend was like, bro, that just makes you look totally wild. Which it does. It does. You know, no question. Dude was looking wild. What he does is one of those or several of those posts were the emails that he sent to her. So she knew it was him right away. There's no like, oh, maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it's, you know, one of the chuds playing a game with her. Like back when there was the email controversy with her and, you know, writing to chud's girlfriend or so. I don't, it was some weird shit, some weird social, you know, when you're not actually part of the normal social system in the world stuff, you know, abnormal Discord things. In any case, she knows it's him. She was able to prove it's him because the thing he posted was one of the emails, or several of the emails that she sent him.
All the comments that he was making and responding to before he deleted it, but I was, in all honesty, just so stunned that this man had gone out of his way to not only create a fake Gmail account under the name Lachlan K, but was still watching my content and still following my social media. And we will get into that because I think that this is a very important...
By the way, the term fan, as we all know, the term fan is short for fanatic. Just a reminder, if you're like, oh, that's a fan. Yeah, you're saying that's short for fanatic. And it's important to remember that. Don't ever fuck the front row.
Lesson on parasociality and parasocial relationships. Now, just before we get into these lovely emails, I do want to clear something up that I think is very important.
Anonymity.
I find it very interesting that I relayed my experiences of somebody countlessly violating my boundaries. And yet I got several comments of people upset with me for seemingly violating Lachlan's boundaries. The example that these comments gave of me violating Lachlan's boundaries was my using his real name. Now, I don't blame these commenters for believing that I had used Lachlan's real name.
Listen, Lizard Tree, sometimes there's a healthy version. You know. You've never once slowly driven by my house as far as I know. So, or at least you've done it in a way that I never found out. So, you know, all I can say is, well done. Anyhow. By the way, bring back the thumbs up. This is a middle finger. This is when you say fuck you. This is when you're like, yeah, hey, right on, Fonzie. The kids need Fonzie these days.
Based on the fact that Lachlan, and I need to emphasize this, Lachlan is not this person's real name. It is a fake name that I made for the purpose of this video because of how much I value anonymizing.
Which is why when the dude puts the name Lachlan on the, you know, on his screen name, on the tube views, you know, that's where it's like, bruh, don't comment like that. No, Jesus Christ. Just be done. Just be done. But I think he was also trying to defend himself when I do understand this portion of it. I do believe that he may have been feeling cut off from being able to communicate or defend himself. So even though it wasn't his actual, like, you don't know who he is, he's still saying, look, this is what really went down. I don't want you to only get one side. I understand that side. Some of it's really unhinged, but I understand it. Let's keep going.
People who I talk about in my content.
Just that one
if I didn't value Lachlan's boundaries, I would have never given him a fake name. I would have told you his age. I would have told you his ethnicity. I would have told you what major British city he lives in. I would have told you personal things that he told me in confidence that I would never have dreamed of putting on the internet or sharing to anyone, even in my personal life. And as I said, I don't blame these commenters for thinking that Lachlan was his real name. name because of the fact that Lachlan decided to go out of his way to create a fake email account called Lachlan K and opened his first comment by saying Lachlan here. He didn't bother to dispel or to clarify that his name wasn't actually.
Part 1. Lachlan here. Here's what I emailed in response for anyone interested. I have no problem with this video being uploaded, and I admit that I was an awful person throughout. The only thing I would have appreciated is some notice before it was posted, as certain close family members I'd confided in instantly knew it was about me. Okay, so this is what he was saying in one of those emails. Just wished you had given me a chance to let someone else know so they didn't watch it. Okay. And its uploading has caused them a significant degree of stress at a difficult time. Okay, well that's where it's like, bro, you can't really put that on other people. I understand, but it's just not, that's not fair. So that's a little unhinged. Punish and criticize. Oh yeah, dealing with severe illness in the family. Yeah, that's where she's calling it manipulative. Yeah, that's manipulative. That's not a good plan to do to people. It's not really how you get the best responses out of folks. Punish and criticize me all you want. I deserve it, but my family members don't. That's fair. With a day's notice, I could have at least made sure they did not see it. I communicated this to Z, and in response, she has teased a part 2. So that factor is obviously of no importance. Fair enough. All right, so he is making a point where he said, hey, look, I asked you to not be cruel. I asked you to be a little more considerate than not considerate. And her response was to be like, fuck you, I don't have to be anything. Okay, fair enough. That's what he says. You know. Anyway, names and details excised. My blank, looks like probably mom or dad, is still a viewer of your channel. So they let me know this morning that you made a video about what happened. I don't know whether you feel I have the right to respond or not. If not, then just delete this message. The only real point I want to make is I accept that I am selfish, spoiled, emotionally immature, and extremely inconsiderate, and that I hurt you horribly, saw you as some kind of vector to my own story and not a full person in your own right. But yeah, it ends there. That's pretty admission. That's a pretty admissive. You telling me how you think about that? He's trying to say, look, I know that was fucked up, but he could also just be trying to grovel. So he is fairly emotionally, he doesn't seem like he's had a lot of emotional experience. Let's just say that. You can view that voice note as a meticulously constructed piece of manipulation, but it was not. So there's some kind of response in between these things that we're also not seeing, that I find very interesting and telling. When you don't see both sides of a story, when you're only hearing one side, and the portion of the other side that is being shown also is leaving out the context of the back and forth. That's weird. That would be manipulative in my just brief estimation. You can view that voice note as meticulously constructed piece of manipulation, but it was not. Perhaps whether or not it was unimportant, as the outcome was the same. But I'm not lying when I say this. I believe that I felt that at the time, I was not intentionally trying to manipulate or lie to you. I was full of emotions that were childish, idiotic, irrational, and selfish. All these things motivated that message, but a cold, calculating, manipulative intent did not. All right, so he's saying I was being irrational, I was being rash, but I wasn't trying to make you, I wasn't trying to manipulate you. But let's just be real. You might not always know when you're inadvertently manipulating somebody with your behavior, or what they will succumb to, or what they are predisposed to feel like is manipulation. That's a tough one. When someone may make that call, you shouldn't dismiss their feeling about it. At the same time, it is honest to say, I absolutely did not intend for that to be a manipulative event, if that's what you felt about that. And he's apologizing. So something tells me that these have been edited because of the 30 ish stuff. Is this real? Yes, it is. Lizardry, sadly, we haven't even gotten to the unhinged part. Just wait. Just wait. I don't dispute anything about how unhealthy and selfish it was to nurture those feelings for you, and asking you repeatedly if you were sure was despicable, creepy, and desperate. I'm sorry. Regarding your question, would you be happy in an intimate relationship with somebody not attracted to you? It is hard to fully remember what was going through my head, but it was something like, I thought you implied that you did not have feelings for me of some kind, but that the physical attraction side of things was absent, impossible, and that you were saying, it won't be fulfilling for you, it will be painful for you, as if that was the only thing standing in the way, which is a very typical unselfish way for you to have framed it. Lita says it's bizarre and that she couldn't finish it because it was... Well, it's because it is like sleepy time tea. It's the voice. It's the voice. It's so lulling. But what draws my attention here is, would you be happy in an intimate relationship with somebody not attracted to you? It's hard... if he's quoting her verbatim from some conversation, that is a very strange passive-aggressive way of drawing a boundary, and I wouldn't advise it. It's not advised personally. Maybe the ladies in chat can elaborate, but honestly, yeah. Well, what does she have to say about this?
Lachlan. Now, I've always said I never have a problem with anybody commenting on my videos, but if you're going to use the anonymized name that I gave you and you are going to use it in a comment where you put forward on your own volition personal information about yourself that I have not even divulged to a living soul, that is your choice and your prerogative, but it is also your prerogative and it is important for you to clarify to people that you aren't actually Lachlan, that isn't actually your name, because now people think that I...
Okay, so this is also kind of a... I don't know what she's thinking here, why she thinks this is important, because it is fair for him to utilize the pseudonym she's given him, because it's still anonymous. He shouldn't have to out himself while you're contradicting yourself and saying you're outing yourself. How dare you? You should out yourself. That's actually, am I getting this wrong? Yeah, she can block him from commenting, right? Yeah, exactly, Lizardry. Not only that, but what she's saying is that she doesn't want him to have any way to rebut any of this, or to have any say that anybody would ever see, no matter how he approaches it. I think that's pretty despicable, frankly. Especially because this guy's a fan to begin with, and she's a content creator. It's like being some audience member who slept with Taylor Swift and then went, I think I got this from Tom, and I'm just repeating it basically now. It is not my own idea, but yeah, she's using him for content. She's essentially using them for content. She's pulling a Taylor Swift on him, essentially, is what it is. Almost as if she's acting like somebody who has been fairly unhinged, who keeps trying to convince her into something that she keeps saying, look, I'm not interested. I'm interested in girls. Which she hasn't, by the way, she didn't tell him that she was gay until before they were about to go on the holiday, but we'll get to that. She gets to that.
I violated this person's boundaries, that I've doxed them, when that is not the case at all. In short, I completely anonymized Lachlan. I crucially made sure that no identifying information was put out there about this person. Not one person knows who Lachlan is. The only people...
Okay, then you should support the fact that he's maintaining that anonymity. Why would you call for him in just a breath before any of this to say, you shouldn't be that character because I made that character anonymous? That is just so absurd, and it is part of the hypocrisy and weird contrarian stuff that just because you've got a British accent and you're saying it to the camera with all of your heart doesn't mean that it makes any fucking sense. I don't know. Yeah, I do. No, that's fucking some crazy ass nonsense right there. Sorry, I changed my cameras around, so I'm like, where, who, what, huh? Yes, where is she? She's there.
People who allegedly know who Lachlan in my video is. People who Lachlan himself decided to tell that it was him. He made that choice, and that is his choice and his responsibility. And we will get into that.
Okay. Yes, because it is his responsibility. He knew that responsibility and accountability for himself. I think it is strange that you thought that he was never going to be a character in the story with its own voice. That's something else to talk about here is, Lizardtree says she doesn't believe she is a virgin or gay. She's created a YouTube persona. Do not believe everything they say. It's a show. And Lizardtree, yes. Yeah, I think that the worst portion of this is actually Lizardtree, is that this may not be a show, but rather a confused personality, a person who is so busy playing out these manifestations of what they feel they want to be, the stuff that most of us go through in adolescence when we're forming our personalities. And this person is doing it as an adult. Yeah, and she is an absolutely socially awkward, very, very cringeworthy human. Cringe let me just say cringe cringe cringe. If there is such a thing at that level, I don't know how many ahs we can add there. Yeah, no, I should remain kind and then grow with this arc, but I have a hard time really being kind to this person after I've watched this because of what ends up at the end. And mind you, there's a bunch of different edits. Notice that she does do this over days, so she has taken her time to consider what she's saying. She didn't just sit down and say a bunch of stuff and then edit it up. No, she's taken a lot of time to think this through and put this together in some kind of thoughtful fashion because of the fact that there are, costume changes. Yes.
Secondly, I would like to also make this crucial distinction between two forms of content that I don't think...
Some of the CC has ran up the kindness meter, right? I mean, he doesn't seem like he's like violent or threatening. It seems more like an adult dude who's just got no, experience with the other humans, I think. That's what it sounds to me like. And desperate.
People are readily appreciating when it comes to individuals like myself, that is content creators, talking about our personal experiences, talking about things that have happened to us. Something that has regrettably, I think, been termed oversharing in order to try and primarily, I think, shame women from talking.
Oh yeah, I don't expect other people to actually watch these people. I don't, I have a special brain armor that I put on when I find these things. It's mostly tinfoil, but it does protect me, and it's, you got to order it online. It takes too long. You don't all need to do it. Just, that's just what I do for you guys. So just know that I go to the depths, so you don't have to watch this nonsense. What was she saying there? Sorry.
That I don't think people are readily appreciating when it comes to individuals like myself, that is content creators, talking about our personal experiences, talking about things that have happened to us. Something that has regrettably, I think, been termed oversharing in order to try and primarily, I think, shame women from talking about their personal experience.
Okay, so The oversharing thing is a human experience. It is not limited to just women are not supposed to overshare. This is not a gender-oriented thing. It is a matter of, self-awareness. The ability to have self-awareness is one of the things that determines whether or not you will overshare. And if you have a problem with oversharing, much less relationships and other things, well, maybe it's better to look inward and be more self-aware. More self-aware than less. I'm just saying, could be a better plan.
Online. I would like to make the distinction between A, me talking about my personal experiences with Lachlan, and B, me talking about Lachlan. I think it's very important to consider all of my personal videos.
So this is what I was talking about earlier, where this is a group of people who are so fixated with semantics that they would have you believe that her talking about her feelings about the person is not actually talking about the person. The context is the person. Hello? Hello? McFly! This is the rationale of somebody who wants to wipe away the personal accountability for their interaction and engagement in that, bad outcome. And it sucks. The outcome sucks. The interaction sucks. But then you got to say, oh, what did I learn from this? Not what happened to me. No, because if you jump into a lion's cage and the lion eats you up after everybody's been screaming, don't jump into the lion's cage. And you're like, but I want to pet a lion. That's on you. That is on you. You made that choice to jump into the lion's cage, and when you got clawed up, or your arm taken off, or whatever the hell, in the lion's cage because you wanted to pet the lion, that was on you because you wanted to pet the motherfucking lion. Anyways, sorry. Not sorry. It's a terrible, terrible comparative. But I think you get the point. God, I hope you get the point. Anyway, yes.
All the videos that I make about myself as being a kind of audio memoir. My video about my bizarre and horrifying experience was about my experience.
By the way, I'm still wondering why this was actually horrifying, ladies, or anybody. If you could tell me why this would be horrifying at some point when she gets around to it, I'd love to know, because none of the things I've heard after, now this would be 2.25 watching this, I haven't heard anything horrifying, and it's not in the first one either. It's mundane, fairly polite, and fairly sad. And Lizardtree, hopefully she learned not to do this again, but let me tell you, there are some signs that I don't think this lady learned a goddamn thing. Not a goddamn, not a goddamn thing. Serious.
Which is why I included primarily information about what I was personally going through with my mental health, what I was going through in my personal life, what I was thinking about the situation, what mistakes and errors I thought I made in this relationship. I am completely valid and completely entitled to talk about my experiences on my platform. And because I am
Is someone telling you you shouldn't or can't? No. No. The only thing anybody's ever asking of you in this scenario so far is if you could just give me a heads up. Oh, and I wish you hadn't have done that. Yes, she uses interesting language, right?
Human
so it's a relationship right
with
there.
My mental health, what I was going through in my personal life, what I was thinking about the situation, what mistakes and errors I thought I made in this relationship. I am completely...
Remember that language, because that language becomes very convenient whenever it doesn't suit her to recognize that that's the way she's determined the situation. And frankly, as someone who's also been in this situation before, I know plenty of other people who've been in the situation. I've had friends who've done this to other friends. I've been there and been like, yo, you can't just, you got to be clear with somebody. Friend, relationship, business relationship, you have to make boundaries and the way the situation is clear, and you can't just waffle around it. And when you waffle around it, you aren't just taking part and engaging in being the problem, being part of the problem, but you're making the problem worse by just waffling around whatever the problem is. Don't waffle around it. Pour some syrup on it. Eat it. Get the fuck out of there. Unless it's a blue waffle, then leave it. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Sorry, was that too 2014? Sorry. Let's just bring it. I'm sorry, just bringing some old lingo back. I don't even really. If someone can explain to me what that is, by the way, I would appreciate. No, I don't. I don't want to know. It's gonna end up being like one of those like 6 ducks, 1 cup or something like that.
Valid and
Guy in Van Nuys with Shetland or something.
completely entitled to talk about my experiences on my platform. And because I am a human being living in society, inevitably my experiences are going to involve other individuals and other people.
Yeah, imagine that. And imagine that those other people might want to respond to the thing that you're getting to make about them, because they are humans in society and have feelings and emotions about the subject that they are also allowed to share and have a perception of. I don't know if that should be mentioned, but it probably should be. It's something toxic. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's kind of gross. It's gross. True.
It's my responsibility, if I decide to make content about myself, about my experiences, to be as respectful as I possibly can to people. And the way that you do that is by, most importantly, anonymizing people, by making sure that you don't dox them, as is a very important thing not to do on the internet. This is very different from me making a video about Lachlan, from me making a video trashing him, as he called it, in one of the emails that we are going to.
So one of the things you got to remember is that she basically goes through and talks about all of her feelings in response to the emails and DMs between them. So she's using his words. She's not just like talking about ephemeral idea of a person. She's actually reading his words. So at that point, I really do believe that anybody of their sane mind would just be like, hey, this is the person she's talking about. It's not imaginary and wasn't quite the way that she made it out to seem. He may not have framed it very well. He may have gone to the extent of where he's still caught up in his kind of dramatic desperation of salvaging some kind of something out of the moment, because I can only imagine that the guy had tragedy added to the desperation. I mean, and that's sad in itself. But a lack of empathy for any of the outcomes because of the involvement in the situation and not being able to discern one's part in that situation is where I have a real bone to pick. Because I don't believe that the person above us is really being honest with herself about how she's playing into the situation or talking to the person. You know, she's got this long startup to what she's explaining. But most of it comes in the middle of this video.
Just remember, Lachlan and people like Lachlan will always make things that are your experience, that are things that happen to you, about them. They cannot humanize you. They cannot.
Yeah, because some in her mind, which, by the way, this is incredibly sociopathic, and I have to say it. In her mind, whatever happens to her, even if it's interactions with somebody else, is only about her. Because it's the way she feels. Somebody else's perception, or maybe contradiction of her perception, or maybe having a say about what they feel in the situation as the other person that interacted in that situation. Anything that seems to come from that person about how they felt is not respected. But her feelings need to be. Responding to her feelings with his own feelings, those aren't acceptable, but her feelings are. This to me sounds like an incredible power imbalance from somebody who knows and has thrown this title around. It's dehumanizing. Exactly, Lizardtree. Not only dehumanizing, but it's somebody who has an immense amount of social power between the two of them, abusing the fact that she has a voice where the other person doesn't. And then she's making sure that any way for his voice to be heard, or any way for him to feel like his voice is being heard, is shunted or minimized. But she would have you believe, and for what she's just saying, that her feelings solely are the only things that should have been allowed in the situation because it was her video. He needed to have his own video on his own channel that, of course, nobody would see. Nobody would see, which is convenient logic of the situation.
Humanize what you have gone through. Everything is from their view. Everything is an affront to them, is something happening to them. Just like me telling Lachlan about wanting to unalive myself, or me telling Lachlan about being...
So somebody who uses the term emotional manipulation right away to describe the other person while telling you that she has at some point told this person who she doesn't want to have a close relationship with, she's saying that she's trusted in him, confided in him, that she was going to unalive herself. Now, I don't know about you, but those kind of things are very intimate. You don't just share that with anybody, right? Am I wrong about that? That this person must have become a good friend, at least, for her to confide? Or maybe she just doesn't have social graces or emotional etiquette. Maybe she just is compulsive herself. Irrational thinking, irrational behavior. Because if she doesn't really know or like the guy, why is she trusting with her closest, darkest secrets? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Resulted in him telling me that he wanted to be the one to save me, that he wanted to be the one to be a compassionate lover to me. Me making this video about my experiences of a male-female friend.
So there seems to be a huge leap between, there's like a strange edit there. Obviously that this isn't all like, she isn't just going through in one piece, but I want to just play that back because the thought pattern shifts extremely, and to me that's very jarring. And it's almost as if maybe she didn't recognize that was jarring to most people, because this is what she's hoping to just pass through. That she was sharing intimate conversation with this person and confiding in this person along the way, and that this person told her he wanted to be that confident, that he wanted to be, you know, the trustworthy sexual partner, or whatever she's saying here, which I'll play again. But then she goes on to act as if she never ever had any context or gave him context to feel like any of that stuff was real. It gets very bizarre.
Just remember, Lachlan and people like Lachlan will always make things that your experience, that are things that happen to you,
Which, by the
about
way,
them.
They cannot
humanize you. They cannot humanize what you have gone through. Everything is from their view. Everything is an affront to them, is something happening to them. Just like me telling Lachlan about wanting to unalive.
Mind you, hope you didn't forget, the first thing she starts the video out with was how horrible these things were that happened to her. So things can happen to her, but the interactions with her aren't things happening to others. So let's just remember this mindset of going into it, that if you aren't paying attention to the way people frame stuff, like if it's okay for her, but not okay for others, the same damn thing, then maybe this person is not seeing themselves very clearly, or just completely hypocritical. I think she's just not seeing herself very clearly.
Myself, or me telling Lachlan about being resulted in him telling me that he wanted to be the one to save me, that he wanted to be the one to be a compassionate lover to me. Me making this video about my experiences of a male-female friendship resulted in this individual contacting me to tell me that I had been trashing him about all the problems that my video was.
So there's another thing that comes up right there is like, so because he had that feeling about you before, he shouldn't tell you when he feels like he's being trashed by you? So he should always carry that feeling of that he wanted to be the trustworthy person even after you're doing something that he now breaks that trust? She is trashing him. Yeah, she's flat out trashing him, but he still needs to maintain the same behavior he had before, or else he's the one that's doing something wrong. Which this is where it's blowing my mind. And essentially, when I see this is one, in his case, any sane person would not continue on even talking to this person. As soon as they started playing this back and forth, or kind of middle of the road, not being definitive about any of how they feel about you. And gentlemen, young and old, if you're having a problem with people in your life who are putting you in a middle ground that you don't want to be in, it is up to you, male or female. Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, crossing mosquitoes, and bull-legged ants, it's up to you to take control and draw a boundary for yourself, a healthy boundary, and not capitulate to the hopes or maybes or, desires of your worst desperation. Because you supporting you will make a stronger you. We'll get back to it now.
Causing him. We are going to get into how this is emotional manipulation and emotional 101. Now, as I said,
Lizardry, there's a little bit of she hasn't got, that comes up more later. Where she describes more. There definitely seems, yes, to be a bit of a predatory thing going on here because, well, one, what the outcomes were about to be and were, and how no matter what, she gets a win out of this. She gets the content, or she gets the holiday, or she gets the companionship, or she gets this is very predatory on her part. And I think it's totally missed in the situation. In fact, I think you're the first person that's really pointed out. I've been thinking this, but you're the first person to point it out. She takes advantage of the fact that this is somebody who's willing to do anything for her. And she plays it way past the point of where she should have said, look, this is clearly not in your best interest. This is clearly just going to come out messed up. And yet she said she was going to go on a holiday with him, even though she didn't want to date him. That is very, very strange adult behavior. That is just like denial. She wanted to get something out of it. She wanted the benefits of it, and she didn't want the realities. That's what it sounds like. Anyways.
Had made a video about Lachlan, I would have told you personal things about him that he had told me in confidence. I would have told you his real name. I would have told you his ethnicity, his height. God forbid, I would have told you details about his favorite films and everything. Stuff that I would have never divulged. Those things are his story. They're his experience. They are not for me to share. And even though I have absolutely no respect whatsoever for this individual, I would never dream of violating that confidentiality, of violating that boundary. Just because I don't respect him, it doesn't mean that I can't act respectfully toward him. Lachlan was relevant only insofar as he directly contributed to my experiences. And again, I have every...
There it is again. He contributed to her experiences, but she had nothing to do with his. That lack of self-admission right there, and the point that she keeps having to drive that home to remind the audience that this is what's gone down instead of just telling the fucking story, is something where I can't ignore this capricious behavior. That's what it is. It's cynical, if anything. It's as if she wants us to look over here and pay no attention to any of the side of that is her story. She's not actually telling her story as much as she's telling what she doesn't like about what he did. Maybe that's just me.
right to talk about those experiences and what that put me through and how I felt about that and how I responded to that and what
actually,
I learned.
I have to disagree because back when he's in that mail, he felt terrible and said, look, no, I was an ass. I was this and that. I was all kinds of stuff, how terrible he was. I'm not hearing any admission of like, oh, I shouldn't have let it get this far from her. Jesus
on
Christ.
that was the entirety of that video, and it is so telling to me of how emotionally manipulative he is, not just to me but to you, the viewer, that he made it appear as if Lachlan, that is Lachlan K, was his real name, and proceeded to write paragraph after paragraph of personal identifying information about when absolutely nobody
Yeah, I mean, that's
knew
stupid
who
of
he
him
was,
to do that stuff.
because I made sure that absolutely
But
nobody
it's a red herring in the situation. That doesn't really mean anything. He had the right to do that for himself if he felt like it. That was his right to do that if he chose to. It'd be something different if Kidology had done it, but him doing it for himself, she doesn't get to say that because that's what he's feeling about the situation and how he wants to display it. Just the same way that she gets the right to do it that way herself too. It's very hypocritical of her to try to act like it's only her way that can be done. And it's telling of the shimshammery happening here.
knew or would know who he is.
And that's really difficult because you always hope people will change. Well, maybe if I'm nice to him, he'll change. Maybe if I do this, he'll change. Well, maybe if I do this, uh-oh.
And this is, by the way, some of the unhinged.
Oh my God,
unhingedness.
Lachlan's in the comments. Oh yeah, he's crazy.
See,
He
this
made a username called Lachlan.
This is also an unfair framing. Yeah, I mean, like, let's find out Lachlan's side and have him make a video. Someone should help him make a video. Tell the whole story and see what really went down from both sides. But see, that's not going to happen because Lachlan's not a content creator. So it's very unfair for these creators to be ganging up on some dude who's probably emotionally unstable from what it sounds like. I mean, like, you're not, as a grown-ass man in your 30s, you're not going to be very stable if you're writing this kind of, you're putting your emails and your business out there. It's just not a good plan. It's weird. Yeah. It's the kind of thing where obviously there's a problem with his side emotionally or, socially. There's something wrong. No question. I think everybody says that right off the bat because of what he was willing to put up with from the description that she's telling him over and over. She doesn't want a relationship, but she's still engaging with him as if they're close.
Oh damn, girl.
You can understand how
Lachlan
somebody.
here.
By the
Here's
way,
what
who
I
doesn't
emailed in
have,
response for anyone interested. I
very
have no
good
problem with
social-
this video being uploaded. And
It's people who don't have very good social skills may not understand how to deal with it. So I think it's two sides of that. I think it's two really bad sets of social skills meeting in the center for just a round ball of the Rat King, basically.
admit that I was an awful person throughout. The only thing I would have appreciated is that some notice before it was posted, a certain close family members I'd confided in instantly knew it was about me, and its uploading has caused some of them significant degree of stress at a difficult time, dealing with severe illness in the family. Punish and criticize me all you want, I deserve it, but my family friends don't. No, I call bullshit.
Well, that's the thing, Britt. I think you can call bullshit on the manipulative portion of that, where it's unfair to add the family friends, illness, that kind of thing. But if you had let me know, I could have avoided having my mom or dad see this because they've been watching. That's fucking fair. Super fair. The rest of it, that's just doing too much. That's doing too much. So,
First of all, why would your family and friends even know?
Well, because maybe this person isn't well, or maybe they live with their family or friends. We already covered this. This kind of irrational yas queening in this situation is kind of out of line. If you can't understand why, when you already know the backstory about that this person lives with this member of his family, then maybe the weirdness is on you. Because especially if somebody's like this insulated, they don't have a social life, This is like their big deal. They got in touch with somebody they watch on stream, and they're trying to have a relationship with them, and they're fairly obsessive about it, or that they're, you know, not really taking the hint that it's not going to work out because they don't have the social skills. This is because somebody is not doing well and living at home, and their parent, their significant friend or family who's ever with them is going to be knowing what's going on in their business in most cases. And in this case, clearly, that's what happened. And so he started sharing with the fact that, let alone the holiday thing, oh, I'm going to go on holiday with somebody. When you live with somebody, you tell them where you're going and with who in most cases. So the fact that these people are like, why would they even know? Why would they even know? That's cynicism or idiocy. In Brit's case, it's convenient idiocy. She knows better. Because if the tables were turned, she would have called her parents and her brothers and her sister, and everybody in the neighborhood would know where the fuck Brittany was and who she was with. So, you know, that kind of logic is just, it's so convenient. And it's one of the very cruel things about the power in the situation that's just being missed. The soft power, per se, that's being abused against this fucking random dude who's not well himself. A bunch of sick people doing sick shit to each other, being sick together. It's fucking wacky ass shit. It's terrible as an example to young people who are watching it, thinking that, oh, well, the people I watch all the time are doing this normally, so that should be fine. That should be fine for me. Yeah, no, it's a terrible example. Just saying. It's not good for anybody to give a bad example and then have everybody pat you on the back for that bad example. It just reinforces the bad fucking example. Anyways.
And second of all, I don't give a what you're suffering with. Did you do this? Your family and friends should probably send you to therapy. And also,
I don't give a fuck what you're suffering with. Real empathetic. But mind you, fibromyalgia. We need to be empathetic for her. Actually, Britt, I don't give a fuck what you're suffering with. I'm just quoting Brittany. I'm gonna run that back.
I feel like this is him manipulating. With a day's notice, I could have at least made sure they did not see it. I communicated this to
That's
Z in
fair.
response. She teased a part 2, so the factor's obviously not an importance. Fair
He's
enough.
not saying
No, I
don't put
think
it up.
it's-
He's just saying if you just let me know.
Yeah, I don't think this is. Anyways, names and details excised. Yeah, no, this is like baby reindeer. Baby reindeer literally was not.
By the way, terrible. She's saying baby reindeer right there with a terrible attempt at a Scottish accent. If you're not familiar, Baby Reindeer is the movie about stalking, where the stalker ended up coming out to the news and suing, I think, Paramount or somebody, because, you know, she's the stalker. This is not like that. It is a terrible example that is convenient to the logic to, like, demonize the guy in the situation, and framing it in that way is fucking insane. That's a shame on Brittany for that one. I mean, like, the whole idea that the guy's stalking as if he's showing up at her door, that's not really what's happening. It's more desperate, you know, response, which is also, I'm sure, pretty scary. There's not to minimize that either, but it's not fucking stalking. Stop adding fuel to the fire. Stop adding pain and more insult to the injuries. That's what's weird about this between the parties, is that this dude isn't like trying to add insult or injury. He's just trying to say his part, and in response, it is how much damage can we do? It's like listening to junior high school kids.
Even named, and she came out and was like, it was me. I'm baby reindeer. Girl, none of us would have knew unless you said something. Everyone knows that's what stalkers do. Stalkers confirm they're the stalkers because
Stalkers do not normally confirm that they're stalkers. That's not how that works. But okay. I mean, I know that she's had a stalker before, but then, you know, the way it's described here, she's milking attention. Yes, exactly. Thank you. And Lizard Tree says these women are the types that make it more difficult for actual victims. Yes. Using hyperbole and being overreactionary and dramatic to get attention, negative attention. It's because that's what these people are practiced at doing, is getting negative attention. And they don't want to be sympathetic or empathetic to anybody else. But as soon as they need that attention, it's got to be, it's only the way I need that attention. And if you're not doing it the way I want it, then you must be my enemy, which is also pretty wild.
Want to. He's confirming he's the guy when he didn't even have to. Now, he made up a name. This isn't a real YouTube channel, right?
No, he didn't.
He made up a...
he didn't have to. That's not the point. He felt like he needed to speak his piece because it wasn't out there, because his side was not represented. And that is fair. If you're going to make a video about an experience with a person, even if you give them a fake name, they may take that fake name and go, hey, this is the person she's talking about. That's some bullshit. Here's my side. And that's fucking fair. And you should expect that. The problem that these people are having, seeming to be, is that that person actually showed up and their narrative is kind of blown out the water, so they have to defend themselves.
Big channel called Lachlan. You didn't have to do that. You could have just ignored the video, bro, and told your family, oh yeah, some shit on the internet, bro. What are you talking about? This impacted your family, impacted...
This is that I'm not going to think very much further than my nose logic, and I'm just going to support my girl. And I don't have to care about anybody because I don't know who this person is. They're anonymous. So I can just be ruthless. That's what this is. By the way, this is the worst kind of ethic. The convenience of the demonizing, convenience of the otherism. For somebody who also bubbles people into different groups that they discern whether you're a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or whether you are allowed or can find your way through those processes as a personal journey. And so when I hear what is a form of, well, it is one of the ways you can determine a person who has MPD, because people with MPD, specifically malignant MPD, need to process the world in an ordered fashion that they control so that they can actually assimilate it through their lens. And then they need other people to reaffirm what their designations are. And a systematic evaluation of people around you in a social climate and giving that evaluation a determination 1 through 5 is archetypal malignant narcissistic personality disorder. Just so anybody who's watching Brittany knows. This also, this also, oh, sorry, what happened there? This also lets everyone else milk the content. It's spreading it around. And yeah, it would affect maybe an older, maybe he takes care of his parents. Or maybe that parent takes care of him. Either way. It's just absurd to think that people don't share this information. Except it is telling about Brittany, because she's always talking about how she doesn't share stuff with her parents because her parents are not okay with the things. And then sometimes she says she's sharing with her. She's all over the fucking place. So, you know, using her as an example is just a yes queen.
Your family to know you're a like adjacent. I said what I said. Like, it impacted your family to know like you're a stalker, basically. What are you talking about? What do you mean it impacted your family?
Now, the main point of Lachlan leaving these comments.
By the way, as cynical as one could get, it impacted your family to know you're a stalker? No, it impacted my family to this person I've been talking to for months, who I believe I could trust, and I'm about to go on holiday with, you know, has used the end of our interaction for content. That's what that is. That's how sociopathic the mindset is, and how warbled or backwards the logic in the situations are. These are not people thinking like normal human beings. They are looking for any rationale to okay their bad fucking behavior. And this isn't like just antisocial behavior. It isn't like, oh, they're autistic, give them a room. No, this isn't what this is. This is people who have never learned how to deal with other humans, trying to force their lack of civility on others. Nothing more than that. It's very simple. It's called insufferable motherfuckers forcing others to allow them to be insufferable. And anybody else who's insufferable is like, yes, oh, I'm also insufferable. Thank you for telling us that we can be insufferable too. What up, Bex? How you feeling? Good evening. Hope you're doing well.
on my channel was to make it publicly known that my video had allegedly caused distress to a parent. This parent had seen the video because this parent follows me. The video had caused this parent distress during a time in this parent's life when they are going through some hardships, and that this was ultimately, as a result, causing the family a lot of distress. I just want to make it very clear that the only reason why allegedly, and I say allegedly importantly, again, I will get into this, Lachlan's parent knew that this video was about Lachlan is because Lachlan told them.
Okay, so that's a simplification of probably the larger reality that she's not being very honest about. Clearly, like we had spoken about earlier, this is somebody living at home with their parent. We're about to go on holiday with her. He's been talking to her for months. He's probably a lonely person who doesn't have many friends, so of course he's sharing this information with his mom or dad or his relative that he lives with. So she responds by her putting the fam on blast. Yes, it's all backwards. It's as if she's not recognizing any of her own behaviors. She could have done a lot of things in this scenario. But instead, she wants to make a point out of him. She wants to make an example out of him. And he's, as far as I can tell, not threatening her, and he's not doing anything wild, really, other than saying, yo, if you just let me know ahead of time, you know, I could have avoided one of my parents watching this because they've been watching this stuff, and it really hurt them. And what hurt was the fact that she was trashing him, describing him in terrible ways, when really what she's describing is she's being very inflated about somebody who's just not very social and doesn't have very many social skills. I dodged a bullet. Yes, yes, indeed, yes. When I was trying to call out to her, yes, absolutely. But there's way more than that. She'll let you in on that.
Do not know Lachlan's parent. I don't even know the name of Lachlan's parent.
It's not about whether or not you know them. It's the fact that they have become aware of you and they've been watching you. And so now they, you know, imagine that some show you watch on BBC 4, imagine that you're just watching TV and Piers Morgan comes up and starts talking smack about this internet girl who wears a wig, who's well known for being a volcel, calling herself an incel, but now she's told everybody she's gay. I mean, people are gonna know who that is almost right away if they watch the internet. And your parents will definitely know who that is, for certain. So it's absolutely absurd. It's absolutely absurd.
I have not been in contact with them. I have absolutely no relationship
it has nothing
with
to do
this
with the
parent
point of them
whatsoever.
watching you.
I spoke to
and
them
being aware.
for, I would say, a maximum.
And so he was just not supposed to tell. This is the other thing. So he's not supposed to tell his parents where he's going or who he's going with, or who that person or his relationship. But it's okay for everybody to know your side. This logic is just confounding.
And I'm
Correct
being
me if I'm
very
getting this
liberal
wrong.
here. A maximum of 5 to 10 minutes when Lachlan was hosting me a year ago. I have absolutely no qualms with this parent whatsoever, but I also have absolutely
Wait.
And I say allegedly importantly, again, I will get into this. Lachlan's parent knew that this video was about Lachlan is because Lachlan told them. I do not know Lachlan's parent. I don't even know the name of Lachlan's parent. I have not been in contact with them. I have absolutely no relationship with this parent whatsoever. I spoke to them for, I would say, a maximum, and I'm being very...
Wait. So you've spoken to his parent when you met them, this is what I caught, for a period of time, but you don't know their name? You were introduced to them, but you don't know their name?
liberal here. A maximum of 5 to 10 minutes when Lachlan was hosting me a year ago. I have absolutely no qualms.
So when she was hosted by him a year ago, she spoke to that person. What? But they don't. She doesn't know. She doesn't know the parents' name. But she spoke to them. But she doesn't know them. Yow. That's fucking wicked fucking revision of a scenario. That's frustrating. That's so dishonest.
This parent whatsoever, but I also have absolutely no relationship whatsoever with this parent.
That is not what it's about. So you may have met them for 5 minutes. It didn't have an impact on you, but maybe it did on them because their kid doesn't have a lot of friends, or, you know, I mean, like, Jacob wants to know what this stream is about again. Oh, how not to have an interaction with people, how not to treat people, how not to put yourself in a bad situation and then blame it on the other person. To have accountability, essentially. But also to avoid the pratfalls of how one ends up this way. Because she could have avoided all this, Jacob. She didn't have to go through any of this. A lot of this was her choice, believe it or not. And normally I'd be a lot more empathetic. Or I'd feel a lot more, I'd feel for her. But I don't, because I also know the outcomes and what she's done. So...
I'd also just like to add here that I got a lot of comments from people saying that I was leading this man on, that I wasn't clear that we were just friends. Now, all the way back when we were getting to know each other, Lachlan wanted my address to send me a present for my birthday. I said, no, I don't celebrate my birthday. He then decided to buy me a present and again asked for my address so that he could send me the present. Now, obviously, that puts me in a bit of a predicament because I didn't want to give him my address. I already just don't like to give anybody my address. And just purely a Lachlan thing at that point. I just don't give people my address. It's just...
Okay, all of this to go on extra like this, it just makes me not believe it, but it's like, what? You don't give your friends your address when you go, what? What? Okay, that's fine. I understand you wouldn't give him your address because you don't really know him, but what do you mean like you just don't give anybody your address? Okay. If you want to be taken seriously, don't make it absurd. Just saying.
Something that I do not do.
She's doing too much. She's doing too much.
Anyway, I was in a predicament now in a situation where he bought me a present, even though I told him I do not celebrate my birthday. I believe I'd only told him that it was sometime in February. He sent me a lovely gift and he sent me this card. And the only reason I am showing this card is because I want to dispel this idea that I was leading him on about our relationship. This was for my birthday in mid-February. Dear Z, happy birthday. I know you don't really celebrate it, but I shall nevertheless see it as an excuse to say how enjoyable it has been.
Yes, Lizardtree, that was very much in person when he hosted her. Yes, and she spoke to his parent for about 10 minutes, but she doesn't know their name and she doesn't know them. She doesn't have any personal knowledge of them. But she spoke to them for 10 minutes when he hosted her. Which it's the language that she uses for him becomes more and more obtuse. Which is where I have to take away credibility of her because she's trying to make it seem as though she doesn't really know this guy. He's just some stranger on the internet that she said yes to going on a vacation with. And that when the real story comes out here, you're going to be like holding your head because this is such a dishonest setup. It really is. We're almost there. But what happens here is such the way she sets us up is so dishonest in my opinion.
Been getting to know you and that I'm very grateful to have you as a friend. You're marvelous in many ways, Lachlan X. So this idea that Lachlan and some people seem to have that I was leading him on, that I wasn't clear about things or anything, we were just friends. There was nothing romantic that ever happened between us. Editing.
Does he say, I'm glad we're just friends or something there that I missed?
Yeah, I'd also
That sounded like
I believe I'd only told him
romantic
that it was
message
some.
of sorts.
Obviously, that puts me in a bit of a predicament because I didn't want to give him my address. I already just don't like to give anybody my address. This wasn't just purely a Lachlan thing at that point. I just don't give people my address. It's just something that I do not do. Anyway.
No, it sounds like something you just say when you're being petty. It doesn't sound very realistic, but okay. I understand it with him, in case of him, yes, that makes sense. I don't give my address out to people I don't know. That makes sense. I don't give my address out to anyone. Okay, now you sound like a paranoid delusional.
Predicament now in a situation where he bought me a present, even though I told him I do not celebrate my birthday. I believe I'd only told him that it was sometime in February. He sent me a lovely gift and he sent me this card. And the only reason I am showing this card is because I want to dispel this idea that I was leading him on about our relationship. This was for my birthday in mid-February. Dear Z, happy birthday. I know you don't really celebrate it, but I shall nevertheless see it as an excuse to say how enjoyable it has been getting to know you and that I'm very grateful to have you as a friend. You're marvelous in many ways. Lachlan X. So this idea that Lachlan and some...
Okay, so this is also very convenient and very despicable of her. This is... And by the way, this is something that, if you're watching this and you're one of those people who keeps people in the pitch bay warming up just in case you want to date them or something like that, this is the kind of behavior you see from those kind of people. She's definitely playing games. Yeah. So she knows that he wants more. And he is going to do anything he can to just stay in the close zone with her. So, and do whatever he can to not run her off. All that language is, oh, I'm so glad we got to be close. We're getting to be closer and we're such good friends. And, you know, men are very romantic when they're less experienced. And so this language that he's using is all hopeful, and she's reading it in a way that just ignores any of what he's trying to say in it. And yeah, you kind of do have to be a mind reader. You have to read through what he's saying there and read it with some emotion as opposed to a lack of empathy, which is what she's done here. She's being very disingenuous. And I would wonder if somebody did the same with her in reverse, how she would feel. Oh, she talks about it.
People seem to have that I was leading him on, that I wasn't clear about things or anything. We were just friends. There was nothing romantic that ever happened between us. Editing me here. I'd also just like to add that in one of my last Zoom calls with Lachlan, we were actually talking about...
Oh, yeah, and she edited it. Yes. So we don't really know everything that she wrote it. Yes. And we can't see what it says. So there's also that. Credibility is not really high.
I was talking about how positive an experience it had been for me, and therefore he should speed date as well. And he was actually very grateful, or was very thankful for me recommending this on a subsequent Zoom call, because this was a good idea. That was what he said, not what I said, but he said that it was like a good idea and he was actually going to try and put himself out there. Now, I only share this particular specific topic of conversation because if I was trying to lead him on, I don't think I would be recommending and advising him to go speed dating, and I don't think he would have responded in the way that he did, which was at the time at least very positive. I wasn't sort of keeping...
It would be if that person had already told you that they were absolutely okay with having an open relationship and understood that it was a long distance internet pal kind of, you know, thing, but that he had a serious interest in you nonetheless, and that wasn't going to deter him from it. What she never does here is cut off the part of the interaction friendship that she's leaving out of the conversation. Why would you have conversations for months on end? Go visit this person, have them show you around their hometown, plan on going on a vacation if you weren't actually friends or interested in them or something. She's acting as if all of that never happened, and the only things that happened were the negative things at the end, instead of how they got to those negative things. And this is telling to me. It ignores the humanity of her part and his part, and instead, it just pays attention to whatever is convenient to rationalize her behavior. She's actually just trying to avoid her own part in hurting somebody. Because if it's just some stranger that you don't want involvement with, you don't continue to talk to them. You don't answer the call. You just don't. That's where all of this loses its credibility.
There as a potential partner. I was not interested in a romantic relationship with this individual, and I made that very clear to him. Just thought I should clear that up. Thank you. Now, I just want you to remember and just to always keep it in your mind throughout all of this that I had told Lachlan at the end of May to never contact me again. After I posted my video about my experience, he sent me a incredibly long-winded email. The only reason why I'm going to share anything from this email is because he took this exact email and pasted it into my YouTube comment section on his fake Gmail account.
So this is all very convenient to her logic of the storyline, but the problem is that Lachlan has already told her he doesn't want to speak to her anymore because she's agreed to go on a vacation with him, but she doesn't want to hook up with him, and she doesn't want to be in a relationship with him. And then she tells him, oh, by the way, I'm gay. Oh, and I just slept with a dude the other day. So he says, I don't accept this kind of behavior. I'm not down to be treated this way. Don't contact me again. This is when she starts to reject that. She never mentions this here. And it is casually run through in the first video. This is why I'm not sharing it. It is so deep in the first video and it gets run past so fast that the truth of the matter is that Lachlan's already said, I don't think you respect me. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Send me the money for the vacation that you were, that I spent on the flight or something like that. And don't talk to me again. And she tries to turn this around and act like she's the one who stopped him. When in fact, she responds to that.
Under Lachlan K. Every single thing in this email he put on my public YouTube comment section. Again, all of this of his own volition. All of this, at least insofar.
This is the fourth time she's repeated this statement and shown this. Yes, Lizard Tree, she has 207,000 subs. She's not a little YouTuber. She has a voice that reaches many, many, many people. So her acting like she's just some little YouTuber who, why would you be so offended that people would, well, how would your mom find out? Hello, McFly! Yeah, it's very disingenuous. Disingenuine. It's very dishonest. And it's also very self-unaware. She's just so self-deprecating that it becomes an apparent block to her self-awareness. Yeah, you have to be aware of who you're influencing and how you're influencing, because they're human beings out there. They're human beings. And you can't treat people, especially those that are living on the internet for the most part, watching things out here, with an errant disrespect all the time, unless they're just completely unhinged. Whoever's married to that woman, I bet yeah. No, nobody's married to her. She's gay. And she explains here that she's had lots of problems having any kind of relationship. And this is the other thing, is she's never properly had a relationship. And the ones she has had, the last actual one that she really had, that she says that she had a decent relationship, she dumped the guy when he started making it known that he was actually very interested in her. I'm just spoiling it down to the... So she got creeped out and left.
The personal email to me goes, is a violation of
by the
my
way,
consent.
I'm paraphrasing the much larger story, but that's essentially what it is.
somebody tells you to never contact them again, that means that they do not want you to send them email after email detailing the work that he's doing.
Well, that's the whole thing is actually, I think that she has issues with sexuality as well. And I think she just recently found her sexuality, which is the whole thing. She did a video about the dude that she slept with, about how it lit her brain up and how it totally opened her up to something new. But I want to point out that before she slept with that dude, she was getting ready to go on a vacation with Lachlan. And then she slept with him. But she said she was only dating women. So confusion is somewhere in there. She wants to be chased but not caught. Attention monger. Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like.
How he's doing community service and trying to give back to the community, how he is trying to be less.
Oh. What did I miss here?
All of this, at least insofar as the personal email to me goes, is a violation of my consent. Now, if somebody tells you to never contact them again, that means that they do not want you to send them email after email detailing.
Okay, so I find it very interesting. If someone says that they don't want to have anything to do with you again, and you make a video about them even without using their name, don't they have the right to say something about it at some point? Especially when you don't regard or respond to the fact that they said, hey, if you just let me know. You know, it seems like only she's allowed to have boundaries in the situation, and then any boundary that he set, like, which there's a distinct one where before they went on vacation or didn't go on vacation, and he found out that she slept with somebody, he was like, I'm not going to accept this. Here's my boundary. Piss off. She didn't like that he said piss off. She said, how dare you? I was your friend, blah, 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 blah. You know, we'll get to this. She didn't respect his boundary, but she wrote him back after he said first, don't fucking contact me. So they're saying this is so convenient and manipulative and such a lie. It's such a weird fucking flip around abusive thing. Oh, she's very pretty. And all that glitters is gold. Yeah, it's not gold. Yeah, all that glitters is not gold. True. So what does this say? If you regard this whole message as just another piece of manipulation, then this is the same email. And what is he says here, firstly, I'm glad that you're in a better mental place, and I'm happy to say that I am too. And I would like you to know that I'm making genuine efforts to change, such as I have not blank, blank, blank. I have made social connections with new people. I have started a job at blank with the intention of trying to learn from people who do selfless work for the community. All the groups we work with have some kind of social purpose, be it deaf, blind groups, mental health charities, or children's clubs. It's a job where I can observably and measurably make some people's lives easier. I'm hoping that through doing more selfless actions, I can become a less selfish person. It's obviously very early days. That seems pretty positive. I've told you the above in an effort to show you that I was not an evil mastermind. I did not enjoy our friendship ending. I was not happy and pleased at what I'd done and have not continued to move through the world intentionally hurting and manipulating people. I made a stupid, selfish, despicable mistake, the latest in a line of many, motivated by panic and insecurity, and I'm doing my best to never make it again. In order to change, I need to accept what I am and resolve to be different. But what I am is not a master manipulator with a cruel and sadistic streak who loves themselves and the sound of their own voice. Wow. I'm selfish, inconsiderate, and desperate. But I am a mess. This is if you're gonna be earnest about something and admit something, that's pretty deep. He's being humble in the situation, and he's basically saying, hey, you don't have to be cruel. I fucked up, and I said I fucked up. Here's how I fucked up. What more do you fucking want? Yeah, I'm definitely Team Lachlan at this point. Even though, mind you, he's a nutball. The guy is problems. Okay? But just wait. Just wait, Lizard Tree. It's coming.
How he's doing community service and trying to give back to the community. How he is trying to be less selfish or more selfless. He is telling me things that I have absolutely no interest in knowing, that I do not want to know, that I have never wanted to know since telling him to never contact me again. This is a violation of somebody.
No, I don't want to know these things. Well, then don't fucking read them. You read them. And he put them on the page because you were ignoring, and then you made a second video. Sorry, you interacted with somebody who was clearly not normal. And then you acted like their not normal response in the end was something that you should jump on to make content for. That's disturbing. That's so unhinged and sociopathic. I can't even begin to describe other than to say that.
These boundaries and a violation of somebody's consent to such an extreme degree that it is baffling to me.
If you read it, then you were fine to violate your own consent because it's an email. You get to block and delete emails. It's not at your door. Being reactionary and calling things what they aren't, just because it's convenient to your fear factor, woe is me, pay attention to my negative bullshit behavior, that just because it's convenient to that logic, it does people who are actually having real stalkers and real problems in their life a disservice.
How this is not seen as such a bad thing by the person doing it, how this isn't seen as a violation of boundaries. As you can see,
yeah, because he's not being vicious, he's not being mean, he's being sad and humble and yeah, and if you are dealing with a stalker, never fucking respond. Let them roll on, keep that as evidence, but never fucking respond. You're responding.
Not responded to a single one of his emails.
You made videos. You made videos. And she keeps showing the same 7 emails. She just shows it in different formats. Also, completely disingenuous and very misleading. These are the same, those little outtakes right there that we saw in white at the beginning are now in black. Same, she's trying to make it as if these are more emails and more and more. It's like, yo, come on. Serious. Yeah, if this person was a real stalker, you know, she shouldn't be playing with any of these things or inciting it any further.
Since he has started writing me emails, and I will never.
But by the way, one more time, that is just so fucking dishonest of her right there. That is just the same 7 emails. It actually looked like kind of one little interaction. We don't see her interactions that he's responding to. They're clearly responding to her. Yeah, the laugh track. Thank you. Yeah, I love the little applause at the end too.
An email or be in contact with him ever again. I cannot reiterate this enough, and I'm saying this here because I know that Lachlan is watching this. I know that he is watching my social.
I know that you can see this, so I'm going to make this as cruel and mean as possible because maybe you'll go away. This is the fucking logic of, and I say this quite often, a junior high school student. Oh, Jesus Christ. I disavow, make no comment.
Media.
Wow.
I just know that, just based on what he did in the last video and over the last few days and the things that he's been saying in these emails. And I also say this because...
Oh, the things that he's been saying in these emails. That he's sorry, that he feels bad, that, you know, he wished you had just let him know. There's nothing There's nothing like bad in those emails. Am I reading these things right? There's nothing like vicious or even reactionary.
Now he has been trying to emotionally manipulate me into writing him back. I say this, I know that my last videos have attracted a lot more young women into my audience, and I'm thrilled about this. And I say this as a lesson to you because I have too late, sadly.
And look, we don't know that she didn't write him back. And we don't know that she did write him back. And I say this because if you look at that email chain, some of them are responses. They aren't just on their own. They're, I see what you mean. I'm sorry for the thing. I'm checking back in. It's very performative. Yeah, it's a performance. It's just cruel in a lot of ways. And I think that she's edited out a lot of her part because she realizes that she just took part in it and engaged and can't just own up to the accountability of being like, I fucking let this go way too far. I didn't draw the boundaries clear enough. I didn't say X, Y, and Z right away. I just let it drawn on. And, you know, instead of telling this story that she's telling to make it seem like something it likely wasn't, and be honest and say, yeah, I liked him, but I wasn't sure. And, I wanted to keep him as a friend. And she even says at some point she has a hard time with rejection.
And they will not accept it. Run so far away. Just run. I don't know where, but as far away from that person as possible. This individual, I have realized now after everything that has happened, is somebody who just does not understand consent, does not understand or respect boundaries, because they are emotionally manipulative. They cannot understand how other people cannot see things from their point of view.
That's very interesting because you aren't interested in seeing his point of view at all. Okay. And emotional manipulation, I could say that there's a lot of emotional manipulation in wanting to keep somebody as a close friend who likes you, and you're willing to go on a vacation with them and let them pay for it. That's kind of manipulative. That's kind of manipulative. Kind of manipulative. Nah. No, that's fucking super ass manipulative. Ass manipulative. Seriously.
They cannot understand how people can feel bad about their actions, because nothing is ever their responsibility nor their account.
Which, by the way, this is like the most insane amount of projection at this point, where she's like, other people who can't accept their part in things. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I've seen that somewhere. Okay. Anyway.
Accountability. And just a news flash as well, considering that Lachlan has sent me so many emails about how he's trying to change and be a better person, self-flagellating himself as being selfish and somebody who isn't compassionate and who didn't
and the way she describes self-flagellating himself, yeah, being humble or showing humility. It's other ways to say it. You can frame it in all kinds of ways, and you can also frame it like an asshole and say he was self-flagellating, which undermines the guy's feelings, which he's sharing with you, which you shouldn't be reading because you didn't want to engage with it in the first place, right?
Deserve me and all of these sorts of things. Just so you know, as a newsflash, these emotionally people, they will never change. They will never actually do the work. And this is a perfect example of that. What they actually do is this. And this is precisely what Lachlan has done. They start off nice. They start off with the nice email, relatively nice email that Lachlan sent me, and that Lachlan, importantly, publicly posted on my channel, which made a lot of people think that, he's a nice guy. He deserves a chance. Like, sorry for everything that he is going through. And what had typically happened as I related relayed in my previous video is that whenever Lachlan would do this, that is apologize for his behavior, for things that he'd said and done, I would respond with a, you're completely valid and it's fine, you don't need to apologize. Or I'd say, you know, I accept your apology.
Okay, so what she's framing here is also disingenuous. She's saying anytime before, when he had professed how he felt about her, he would apologize because he knew that she didn't feel the same way. So she's misframing it as if he's done some bad deeds and not, oh, I'm apologizing for how I feel when you don't reciprocate. That's fucking dark. That is some mean, cruel, fucking unempathetic shit. That is sociopathic goddamn behavior right there. It's super weird.
Actually, I never said I accept your apology. I always said you didn't need to apologize, and I apologize for having that tone when I finally did put my foot down. And of course, I now know this cycle with the Lachlans of the world, with emotionally manipulative people. What happens is they are kind and they are civil, they are nice, they are cordial, until you don't respond to them, or until you don't respond in the way that they want you to.
I thought you didn't have a lot of relationship experience and that you were just a coy, just waif. From your description of how you've been brutalized by the situation. I don't understand.
That they expect you to.
Am I the only
when
one
you don't respond in the way that they expect you to, or in my case, when I don't respond at all, that is when their true colors come out. Their true colors don't just come out, they explode like the feathers on a peacock. Now note in this initial email that he sends, which he importantly posts and decides to post of his own free will and volition onto my channel, where he says things like that he accepts that he's selfish, that he's spoiled, emotionally immature, and extremely inconsiderate, and that he hurt me horribly. Please also note that
I want to remind you that this is the third time that she's put this email up, but she's now edited it 3 different ways to make it look like it's a different section of an email. And she's also reading just the lower section of what Brittany read earlier. So there's a lot of weird, convenient manipulations of the same bit of material to make him look more despicable or manipulative than, and to make it look like there's way more communication than there actually is, which I think is also very weird. Super weird.
Expect a response to any of this, and there is nothing I hope to achieve other than to provide clarity on a few points. He says that he's sorry that he's made it difficult for me to trust people. Needless to say, the majority of people are not like me, and you should not assume they are. I'm very glad to hear that you're in a good place mentally and generally, and for once I've let myself be happy for myself that I am also trying to be.
Okay, so notice that this is not the same message we saw earlier. Oh yeah, here it is, by the way, edited out of his other messages, and it's out of context, by the way. You are right to laugh and play fake sad music over those final messages. They are indeed funny and pitiful. Which he's saying, yeah, you're making fun of me, but it's cool, I understand. I don't know what else to say. I was so wrapped up in myself at that moment that I don't know what that is. I don't say that to elicit sympathy, but to try to demonstrate once again that I was not having a good, fun time. I was not relishing this moment or enjoying any fiber of it. Which is, he's saying, you know, this really fucking sucked for me. I'm sorry that I made it more difficult for you to trust people. So he's like, you know, this sucks because you aren't trusting people. And needless to say, the majority of people are not like me. You should not assume they are. That's a fucking, talk about some humility there. I don't think that's manipulative at all. It's people are not like me if you're feeling this way about me. That's a very brave thing to fucking say to someone. It's very self-aware, actually. And like, he's just trying to say the right things. I'm very glad to hear that you're in a good place, mentally and generally. And for once, I've let myself be happy for myself, also trying to be better. Okay. I mean, the guy's just literally trying to say, look, I know I fucked up. See you in the next life. I hope you're good. And the way he's talking sounds to me like he's actually responding to something. But we're not seeing what he's responding to. So I don't, it's very strange. She's saying that these are just out of the blue, that all the emails are out of the blue, but they all seem to be responding to something. Now, if that's the first video, that would kind of make sense, but it doesn't in the timeline. So this is where I have a problem with her description of all this and why I have to question some of this, because of the way it's been edited together and compiled to make it look like there's more than there is. It's very, well, yeah, it lacks credibility.
Now, the thing with emotionally manipulative people is that when they send you messages like this, they expect you to respond to them. They expect you to reach out back to them, to accept the olive branch which they've extended out to you. Now, Lachlan sent this email to me 3:42 in the afternoon. I didn't respond to this. Why? Because I had set a boundary in place to never be in contact with this man again. And this man was violating my boundaries, violating my consent yet again. And this wasn't the first time. He'd already sent me 2 emails before this. Also, this is very important context. I didn't read any of the emails that he had sent me. I merely saw that I had notifications on my phone. I was busy during that day, so I wasn't going to read emails, let alone read emails from Lachlan. I saw that I got notifications, and I read these emails today for the first time. So I didn't respond. And then at 7:05 p.m., I get another email from him. Now, I just want you to note how the tone in this email and all the emails after it is completely different to the tone in the initial email. It is incredibly telling, incredibly indicative of somebody trying to emotionally manipulate you. Thank you also for airing this without giving me any prior notice or warning. Why would I give you any prior notice or warning? I am never going to speak to you again. I set that boundary in place. I do not have to.
No, you don't have to. Why would you give any prior notice or warning? Because you had some respect for your own civil behavior and respect for the other person. But in this case, you don't. And you didn't have any respect for the sense of weight of your own power. You didn't have any respect for how that might affect him. You didn't care. And you were just being vindictive. That's why you should have cared. Because in the end, your response is vindictive. When anybody says, why should I have to fucking care? When nobody's really done anything wrong. Oh my God, the guy wrote you emails. Oh my God, he's not calling you names. And yes, the tone changes because you fucking made a video about him. And this is before he puts it in the public, before you ignore these emails. I mean, it's just such a weird behavior that she's totally just said 5 minutes ago in this video that Lachlan is totally unaware of his behavior, that Lachlan is self-absorbed, that Lachlan doesn't care how it affects people. She's literally saying she doesn't care how it affects him.
Give you any warning about a video that is about my experiences on my channel, on my social media. I'm going to get into this just now.
Emily is an old school member of the group. Old school.
Right now, but I need to just make some things quite clear about this very weird parasocial relationship that him and...
She's around since day 1 of streaming for me.
Allegedly a parent of his seems to have with me. I believe I had mentioned to you that I discussed some of this with my parent, so it was not difficult for them to work out it was about me.
Emily
I had told
and the
his parent most of it, though obviously
Lita.
not the parts that are most uncomfortable. So the content itself is not so much the issue. Please remember this. Please remember this. That Lachlan says that he is the one who had told the parent most of this, and that the content itself is not the issue. But this parent is very stressed by the fact that there is a public video online trashing me and my personality. Okay. My video wasn't trashing Lachlan or his personality. My video was chronologically going over my experiences with Lachlan
She trashes him all the way along. It is probably one of the most... you can watch the video for yourself. It's part 1 of this video. Her page is Kidology. And the first video is actually called... I don't want to lose my place here, so... the first video is... Let me see if I can pull it up. Friendship breakups, my bizarre and horrifying experience. And that is about an hour long of your life that you may not ever get back. But know this, I did watch it for you. And it's the same tonality as this. It reads off the emails back and forth from some very specific periods that she chooses to tell her side of the story. And when you get the bigger picture, essentially what she describes is some fan she befriends. He continuously says, look, I feel a certain way. She says, I don't know if I feel that way. I don't really want to be with anybody. I'm not in a place for that right now. She makes a lot of excuses, but she never says, I'm not into you, dude. But we can be friends. We can be all this other stuff. Here, let me share my intimate details and all the things in my life and get very close. And you know what? Let's go on vacation together. That's her side. That's basically what went down between them. Just gonna sum it on up. The whole time she's like, no, I don't want to date you. I don't want to date you. but I'll go on a vacation with you because we're such good friends. But we're not really that good friends. And she came and stayed at his house apparently, or visited his town, and he took her on a tour for about 10 hours, which she later on in this video, she will describe him as a tour guide. He was just a tour guide. Somebody you didn't even know. She didn't even know. Just like how she didn't know the parent's name and had never met the parent, even though she spoke to the parent at the house. Which is just tells you everything about her logic in the situation and credibility. I just don't know if I can believe anything she says because she's just not including her actual side or what she actually did. Yeah, no, right there she does kind of have that look of the guy who chases the nuts in there.
If you do something bad to me and I talk about it, I'm not trashing you. I'm talking about the bad thing that you did to me. I'm not trashing you. Bad things that you did are entirely on you and are entirely your responsibility. And this is the first of many instances of the attempt at emotional manipulation that Lachlan wheels himself into here. I've explained to my parents that you've anonymized me, but this is still causing them tremendous stress at a time when they are dealing with a lot of things. The way I acted towards you was wrong, but airing all of this in public without at least notifying me.
This is a wacky way to go at somebody. The first portion of the logic, very fair. Please, I wish you had told me it's going to cause some distress. The extra is extra.
Is wrong too. With a bit of notice, I could have at least made sure they didn't see it. Now, I'm going to believe this. I know that at least the person who I consulted in my personal life about this thinks that this is all made up, and I know just based on the emails that Lachlan
she's
sent me.
been. Let me be fair. My opinion is that she's been getting more and more along this line of just kind of mean-spirited, antisocial, and more self-assured about why she feels like she should be. And a lot of it is prejudice. I'm not talking about like, about skin color. No, I'm just talking about she has presumed beliefs that she just holds close and won't give into, and a lot of it is nonsense based out of her own fear factor and lack of experience in the world. And she buys into things, and then when it doesn't work out the first time, she rejects whatever that is and moves on as if she can never try something else. And I'm talking about people. I'm talking about relationships with friends. She is not a successful person with friends or relationships. So the fact that she's so self-assured about her behavior in this situation is, I mean, once again, very shallow when it comes to self-awareness.
Subsequently, that a lot of people in the comments didn't believe this either and saw this as emotional. Now, I completely agree that this is emotional manipulation, but I do want to talk about the parent thing first and foremost. And I say this with as much compassion as a stranger can have.
Yeah, it's emotional manipulation, but how effective is it? Not very, clearly.
For another person, but also with reason. If this is true, I'm sorry for whatever personal, familial struggles and pressures that Lachlan and his family are going through. I'm sorry for any hardships that any of my viewers are going through. This, however, has absolutely nothing to do with me. I do not...
Can I get ones in chat for people who believe her? I want to play that back again. I don't know about you, but this comes across as completely fucking unsympathetic.
Stranger can have for another person, but also with reason. This is true. I'm sorry for whatever personal, familial struggles and pressures that Lachlan and his family are going through. I'm sorry for any hardships that any of my viewers are going through. This, however, has absolutely nothing to do with me. I do not know any of Lachlan's family. And
what a way to just undermine your own point right away, right? I feel so bad for anybody who's out there, but you know what? I don't have to care. Yeah, I'll put a 2 too. I'm gonna give it a 2 in the chat. That's a strong duet. That's what that is. That's a duet. Cause yeah, I'm not really buying it. Is that supposed to be concern or care? Is she supposed to be considerate? Is that what that's supposed to be? I mean, I have her going a little fast, but...
And because my video about my experiences with Lachlan have absolutely nothing to do with his family, I never spoke, not even once, about anybody in his family.
That's not the point. And it is so just disconnected and very... like antisocial, maybe. It's kind of as if she doesn't understand the social interaction, even though she knows dude lives with the parent or whatever and knows them and they were supposed to go out on, it's like she just ignores all of that and the time they spent talking and the possibility that this person might have gotten to know her by proxy because, you know, just because she doesn't care about other people or doesn't have anybody close to her that cares about her, she just assumes that's the way it is with everybody and how absurd it is that your parent might care. That's where it's like, oh my God, you're a fucking sociopath.
Of his family decide to follow my social media. That is not my responsibility. It is also not my responsibility, as Lachlan has tried to rather...
Nobody is saying it's your responsibility. They were asking if it was possible to have given him a heads up. Just a little respect for the situation. And yeah, the manipulation on that gets thick, but it's way worse that you couldn't even respect a little boundary and yet want all your boundaries to be respected. It's very strange.
Manipulatively and subtly make it to contact him privately to tell him when I'm uploading my next video on my experience so that his parent doesn't get stressed by it. Forgive me, but why is Lachlan's parent...
That was the same email as before, just edited in a different section.
Me in the first place. Firstly, I don't know if it's just me. I thought that this was just protocol for anybody when a breakup happens. When, for instance, my ex-boyfriend broke up with me, I deleted his number, I deleted his email, I also deleted his parents' number and his
No, that's weird shit. I mean, because sometimes you stay friends with one of the parents or, you know, or maybe you stay friends with that ex. That's a very weird take. You delete them out of your life so they just never. Well, she's telling you what kind of relationships she's had. The kinds where you do delete those people out of your phone, which is, you know, I mean, I guess it happens, but that's not the norm. The fact that that's the way she says that, as if that's just how it is, that says everything about her, to me, about her callousness.
Email, and I have never been in contact with my ex-boyfriend nor with his parents ever since. Importantly, if at the time I had social media, I would have most definitely unfollowed his social medias and blocked him. And if I had his parents on my social media, I'm quite sure that we would have done the exact same thing. And considering that Lachlan has said that he told his parent all...
Yeah, that's a big what about and very personal. To apply that to other people, I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that just sounds a little insane. It sounds really, like, extreme.
About our friendship and our friendship breakup as well. I cannot really understand why they would continue to follow me. And in that vein, I also cannot understand why, if my video and my content...
They were watching you because you were involved with their son. So not being able to imagine that's crazy shit. That's like so disconnected. But once again, it's very dishonest. It's duplicitous, if anything.
Is causing them stress, they continue to watch my content. Now, the reason why I say this is so manipulative and why this was, in my belief, an attempt at Lachlan to try to get me to contact him, to be in contact with him, and to feel some kind of guilt, to guilt trip me, is because he now made this not something that was causing him distress or something that was making him feel bad. Instead, it was making an innocent party feel bad. That is his...
Okay, he did say it was giving him distress because you were distressing out, you were fucking with his parents' vibe. Trying to rationalize every other distorted angle of this is just telling that she is off. There's something just as wrong with her as there is with the dude. Hello. One of the techs has decided to join me. Oh yeah, look at the happy scratchy face. Oh yeah. Yes, buddy. Oh goodness. Yeah, this is, it's telling of her real intentions and her real feelings, but I don't think she even realizes that she's being transparent about them.
Parent. And now, of course, he has put me into a very beautiful little predicament. A predicament of, if I post this video without contacting him, then I'm a bad person because now I'm causing his parent distress because they're going to see this second video that I've posted. And on the other hand, if I contact...
And how much time would it take to go, there's another video coming out? That's all you have to say. and ignore any response. It's not that hard. The logic being used to get to the points that you're getting to are so much harder, and it's why I've even made this, because all of this could have been avoided by months and months and months ago saying, you know, I'm not really feeling this. I don't feel like this is going in a direction where we both will end up happy. It's pretty considerate. Oh, she tried to take his voice right away, it seems like. And mind you, he may be wrong too. He is wrong too in many ways. But it doesn't mean that he should just be trampled and treated as less than because she has the voice and he doesn't. Yeah, that's not okay. And she really has tried to cut off all the avenues and make anything that he's said somehow despicable and ignore any of her own behaviors in the scenario.
I'm violating my boundary that I set, which is very important for me, for my well-being, for my values. Interestingly, either way, I look like the bad person because
But yes, because she actually breaks his boundary first, ignores it just wholesale, and proceeds to get angry at him because he doesn't want to be her friend anymore because she slept with somebody a week before they were supposed to go on vacation. So she's not just in denial, she's in denial about the effects that she's having on him to start with and why he would say, I don't want to talk to you anymore. So she him and made a big deal about it and then made a video about it. And that's when he wrote her, which is totally sensible at that point. Like he was nice. If it was me, oh man, if it was me, let me just be frank. I would have written, are you crazy, you fucking bitch? That's what I would have written. I would have written something nuts because that's what's going on. Are you fucking nuts? You crazy fucking bitch. What is wrong with you? Yeah, I would have said it because I don't know. Yeah, so she's not a virgin. No. She just plays one on TV or acts like one because she's so affected by things. And in the other video, she says, that she's easily affected by stimuli, essentially. And the example that she uses is that she saw a scary movie that then proceeded to affect her for months afterwards. So I have to wonder if she knows this about herself to start with. If very simple things, fantasy, can affect her real life and her psychology for months, make her depressed and scared, not want to go outside from watching a movie. Maybe interpersonal relationships are a little bit dangerous for this person. She needs some real love from a real man, not a liberal limp. That hasn't been the issue though. She can have love from so many men. She is just incapable of having a normal relationship. Pero, that's the real sad part. She is antisocial. She is not self-aware. She has got so many issues piled on that she can't even see for herself, and she's looking out at the world through a prism of everybody's doing something to me, instead of recognizing her own part in things. And I am not one to victim shame at all. I really hate the idea of victim shaming. But I have to point out that you cannot claim that something is happening to you when it is a participatory experience. When you choose to be there. When you put yourself in the position. Once again, example of, you know, they said the ostriches are going to pick at you when you go try to grab their eggs, but you had to go into the nest, and now you got no eyes, and you're complaining the ostriches picked your eyes out, even though everybody said that would happen. You're the one who ignored everybody saying you were going to go lose your eyes. Because you basically ignored safety. For the sake of what? Selfish want. Petulance. Self-absorption. That's really what is going down here. And what we are looking at is nothing less than a defense of being self-absorbed.
obviously not going to violate my boundary. I'm obviously never, ever contacting or speaking to this person ever again. And what is really important to me, and I think what is really important when dealing with people who are trying to emotionally manipulate you, is to realize that you really don't owe them anything. I do not owe Lachlan anything. I do not owe Lachlan's family anything. I do not know.
Actually, apparently, based off your own writing, you owe him 235 quid. So, yeah, you do owe him
them. However, now I have to speak about them because I'm making this video about my experiences and clearing things up because of stuff that Lachlan decided to publicly put onto my YouTube channel when I completely anonymized him and nobody knew who he was. There's something that psychology with Dr. Anna says about...
Nobody knows who the hell he is either, except for his mom when she saw your video, because she already knew who you were and that you were involved with him. Nobody knows who the hell he is, but they've heard his story now. See, what she's really saying is, nobody would have known your story or your side of the story if you had just stayed silent and dealt with the consequences of being in any kind of relationship with me and having a bad outcome. Take the painful measure I'm giving to you and stay silent, is essentially what she's saying. In other words, she does need therapy. Supposedly she's had it.
Our social relationships that I think is really pertinent to this.
Now, here's the part that you might not like to hear me say. I think online people talk about parasocial relationships quite often as if it is the public figures who are to blame for their viewers' inappropriate behavior. And
this is so fucking dishonest. If the fucking content maker gets involved with the audience, with the fan, and this happens in rock and roll too, great examples, we will say, don't fucking do that. If you get involved with the fan and they act fanatical, that's on fucking you for fucking the front row. Don't fuck the front row. And if you do, strap up, triple strap, get them to sign a waiver. Don't do that. Every bad thing has happened from fucking the front row. Yoko Ono. No, she wasn't in the front row. He met her at an art exhibit. Anyway, point is, this is a manipulate. This is right here. The whole thing is a manipulation, and like this little clip right here is a great example. Just cherry pick somebody who is saying something that seems to agree with her, but the context is kind of wrong here.
What Dr. Anna says about parasocial relationships that I think is really pertinent to this.
Now, here's the part that you might not like to hear me say. I think online people talk about parasocial relationships quite often as if it is the public figures who are to blame for their viewers' inappropriate behavior. And while I think that there are some pretty rare occasions where public figures do sort of stoke the flames of their fans' obsessions, like I said, that's pretty rare. Most of the time, I think this is...
Well, this is one of those rare occasions, because she's interacting with them. What you're talking about is parasociality from a distance, being in the front row and thinking that you know the artist because you know all their lyrics, watching the show and thinking that you know the artist because you're always in the chat. Yeah, that's parasociality. That's the true format of it. What we're talking about here is no longer parasocial because she has made contact. So this is a manipulation of the framing of the entirety of the thing, and goes back to what Lizardtree pointed out earlier, which is it's dehumanizing. It's 100% dehumanizing, as if she didn't go meet with the dude in his hometown, as if she didn't talk to him online all the time, as if she didn't actually plan on going on vacation with him. She's stoking that interaction with him. That's what's insane.
kind of veers into victim blaming of the public figure. It is our responsibility, consumers of whatever form of media, to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand, to make sure that we don't lose touch with
It is our job as content creators to be sensitive to the fact that if you have 200,000 viewers, subs, you probably have some leverage over some folks socially, and that there's a lot of lonely folks, especially in that DGG / incel, self-help world, where she has she knows exactly what kind of fucking power hold she holds over people. She is the incel girl that every incel wants to save. She's a great looking lady. No, I mean, like, she could do so much with herself. She's a beautiful woman, and she's a little tiny petite thing. You know, which is why the wig is such a scream for help. A woman who really cares about herself does not just keep wearing that same one. And at least give it a decent haircut or something. I don't know.
Or behave inappropriately with other people, or make sure that those parasocial relationships don't become unhealthy and extreme. I think
She
if
clearly
a viewer
got
or
enough.
fan or whatever
She
you want,
clearly has hair underneath there, too. So it's not like she doesn't have hair. So that's a whole other thing. And I'm sorry, I'm getting into a personal side of that where it's like it says something to me about her self-worth, about how she sees herself, how she's a beautiful woman who doesn't recognize that she has the leverage of being not only having pretty privilege, but also having all of these fans. Right? Okay, so I'm not alone. Leader, her wig is crazy. Her wig is like she's wearing a hat. I'm sorry. And it hurts my soul for her. It hurts my soul.
all them develops an unhealthy attachment to a public figure, unless the public figure has done something to actually bring on an unhealthy attachment to them, that is the viewer's responsibility to work through and figure out. I say this so often on this channel, we are not responsible for the feelings or the actions of other people. People don't—
No, but if you are the content creator contacting them and having an interaction with them and planning on going on vacation, you are actually responsible and accountable for part of that at that point. What the fuck? Is she see this video and be like, yeah, I guess I don't have to care?
Deserve to be on the receiving end of unhealthy parasocial attachments just because their job requires them to be a public figure.
I completely agree with Dr. Anna on this.
Yeah, but that stopped when you made friends with a dude and decided to go on vacation. Okay.
Other content creators who make videos
Holy
about their
shit.
personal lives or about something that has happened to them and anonymize the people who are involved in their story and in their life and their experiences are not responsible for the actions and the feelings of other people. In this case—
Oh my God. Talk about conflation. Because she anonymized him for the audience, that means he was actually just an anonymous person to her. That's literally what she's describing there. Even though she had a personal relationship, she's saying that what the doctor is saying is she doesn't have to care because she kept him anonymous, so she doesn't have to care for the audience's sake. Oh my God, it's just sociopathic shit. Really, really disturbing.
Lachlan's alleged parents' decision to keep consuming my content of their own free will. In the same way that I chose to never contact Lachlan again, Lachlan—
Mind you, just like, I'm
You know,
sorry,
we're not
just like I
responsible
pointed
for
out
the
before,
feelings or the actions of other people.
there
People
is a
don't des-
monetary thing going on in here too. So he paid money to take her on the vacation. All of that is left out of the entire story. It's the only reason we know this is because we see that she pays him back and that he's upset because like he made all these plans, but she went and slept with somebody else. And she can't figure out why he was mad at her for that and then cut off the relationship there. And she keeps misframing this as if she's the one who cut off the relationship. No, she contacted him after he says, don't contact me again. And then rejects his lack of wanting contact, to which he responds to because she engaged and he didn't like it. And then after the fact, she makes a video, so which he engages again. Yo, Paro, that's real. If we could do a GoFundMe for a good set of real quality for her and get them like done properly, and also get her some friends to go with her to get them done, that would be cool. That would be cool.
Deserve to be on the receiving end of unhealthy parasocial attachments just because their job requires them to be a public figure.
I completely agree with Dr. Anna on this. I and other content creators who make videos about their personal lives or about something that has happened to them and anonymize the people who are involved in their story and in their life and their experiences are not responsible for the actions and the feelings of other people. In this case, Lachlan's—
You aren't parasocially connected to him. He's not just a fan anymore. He is you have been in a relationship essentially with him, and you've said these are your words. Holy shit, she's
parents'
disturbed.
decision to keep consuming my content of their own free will. In the same way that I chose to never contact Lachlan again, Lachlan chose to contact me. Lachlan chose to allegedly tell his parents all about his unhealthy friendship with me, and they all chose to keep following and watching.
Yeah, so it just strikes me as being so hypocritical. Once again, we're seeing the same emails again.
Me after the fact, if that is true. And you know, this email is trying to make me bridge a parasocial relationship with somebody who I have no relationship with.
So now she doesn't have any relationship with him. but she was victimized by the relationship. Someone make it make sense. She sent him money because there was some kind of financial exchange of some nature, which is the vacation.
Again, Lachlan chose to contact me. Lachlan chose to allegedly tell his parents all about his unhealthy friendship with.
Here's something that we didn't get earlier. We only get a piece of it, but it gives some context into the kind of language she was using with him and why he might have misunderstood. He says, regarding your question, would you be happy in an intimate relationship with somebody not attracted to you? It is hard to fully remember what was going through my head, but it was something like, I thought you implied that you did have feelings for me of some kind, but that the physical attraction side of things was absent and impossible because she's gay. She's told him that he's gay. She's gay. And that you were saying it won't be fulfilling for you. It will be painful for you, as if that was the only thing standing in the way. By the way, in the other version of this we've seen, it's missing the portion that says, I thought you implied that you did have feelings for me. She has edited this stuff. My mom or dad is still a viewer of your channel, so they let me know this morning that you'd made a video about what happened. So he'd stopped watching, but his parent had kept watching. Yeah, that's the other thing. Lizardtree, I betcha you could tell she has plenty of hair underneath that wig. Her natural is probably beautiful. And maybe she just doesn't have any friends or family to help find her style, you know? I've always felt bad because I could tell that, right? Anyways, it'd make more sense if she had alopecia or something, but she clearly doesn't.
Me, and they all chose to keep following and watching me after the fact, if that is true. And you know, this email is trying to make me bridge a parasocial relationship with somebody who I have no relationship with.
That right there is sociopathic. It may be part of the performance, but I've seen pictures of her outside, though. That's what she wears it everywhere. I was hoping that she didn't, but no, it's there. So you remember how at the beginning, and Lizardtree, you noted this, she said relationship at the beginning. Now, note what she just said.
Lachlan chose to contact me. Lachlan chose to allegedly tell his parents all about his unhealthy friendship with me, and they all chose to keep following and watching me after the fact, if that is true. And you know, this email is trying to make me bridge a parasocial relationship with somebody who I have no relationship with somebody who is a viewer of my content because of stress and personal matters that have nothing to do with me. Those stresses and hardships are just that, and I'm so sorry for anybody.
She's trying to relate to someone she's actually met and spoken to. If she's talking about the parent. And if she's not talking about the parent, then she's talking about Lachlan, who she was going to go on vacation with, who she's seen face to face, who she spent time with. She's a liar. All of this is a fabricated, convoluted mess, which is why it doesn't seem to ring 100% true. It's not. Yeah, no, it's not. It's definitely, I would call it a fabrication, Lizardtree. These are lies to cover her bad behavior and her feeling of responsibility for being involved with it in the first place. Her shame over the fact that she kept somebody on the back burner in case other things didn't work out. That she was using this person very clearly for the emotional values of his companionship, and probably the little jolt she got from being a famous person to somebody, you know. I mean, maybe that's part of a thing because she does keep referring and lets it out that he was a fan. So she's well aware of that. And using it against him now or after the fact, calling it parasocial, that's even more reason to suspect that she knew exactly what the scenario of balance and power was. And power in the friendship, power in the relationship, power of the fact that she is an influencer of sorts in this person's community. Hate to use that term, but wherever this person is finding friends, clearly. And that fact that she is not acknowledging that she might have hurt him by sleeping with somebody else while she's about to go on vacation with him, knowing that he thinks that there may be some kind of chance. And he literally says it there in that last email. Whether she is honest with herself or not, it's clear that the language she was using was not very clear. And she's an adult. She should know fucking better.
anybody who is going through stresses and hardships. But it is not my responsibility to mediate and regulate that. That is not only a violation of my personal boundaries that I have set with Lachlan, but is a violation of boundaries that I have set as a content creator for people who consume and view my content. He wanted to.
Wait.
Yeah, but it's not because you maintained a relationship with this person. So that's a lie.
Julia says it's hard to get into details, but sometimes it's hard to have boundaries when it's not a two-way street. Boundaries are never a two-way street. Boundaries are never a two-way street. They are only a two-way street when we're talking about something different. The boundaries I'm talking about, girly, has to do with you and only you. You set up the boundaries.
Yes,
not
Brittany,
ultimatums,
that is true.
not threats. Boundaries. Hey, I love you, bro. I'm excited for you to live your life and all that. Reach out to me when it feels like a good vibe. And if they reach out to you only when they need help, you say, hey, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that today. And they go, what do you mean you can't help me with that? You're my sister. And you go, I'm so sorry, I really can't help you with that today. This is all I can help you with, and I just can't help you with that today. And then you start to set down boundaries, and then they start to realize, like, oh, you're standing up for yourself without tearing them down. This isn't about them giving you boundaries. It's about you as a sister and as a sibling, because we've all been there, and with a friend or whatever.
By the way, it's so funny. Brittany can't help herself to suddenly make it personal. And she goes so specific. It's like you don't have, it doesn't have to be your story, Brittany. You can just paraphrase a concept. It doesn't have to be.
Saying, hey, I love you. I can't actually do that for you, and I'm not going to feel guilted.
But unfortunately, NPD does that to people, folks.
I think that's against my values. The only thing that makes me feel guilty is when I betrayed my values.
Thank you so much to Brittany Simon. I absolutely love Brittany's content. I am not going to feel guilted.
Why? Because she told you what you should have done early on, and you're going to ignore it as if she was talking about him? No, she was sending that message to you, Z. That message was to Z. I watched Brittany's bit on that. It's actually how I learned about this video. No, she was talking to you. You just edited that to make it look like she was talking to Lachlan, but she's talking to Z. She's talking to fucking Kidology.
For doing something
So
that is against
disturbing.
my values. It is against my values to contact this person, and I'm not going to contact this person, and I'm not going to be made to feel bad for doing that.
After the fact? Okay.
In reading these emails, I have come to realize the absolute emotional labor that women are expected to do for man-children. Yes, this is a man-child. I saw people make...
So now it's a gendered thing. The labor that women are meant to do for man-children. So what does that even really mean? That women aren't supposed to acknowledge or respect men's feelings? You talking about the specifics of it? Like, that's some misandrous ass shit right there. I mean, I like, so you just don't have to care about men's feelings, or any man who feels, or I mean, like, you're the one who was involved with him, so
some comments. There were some people who made
buyer's remorse much?
comments. Basically, I think, Lachlan found some, very kindred spirits in my comment section whilst he was incessantly commenting. And they were saying things like, you're young and you'll learn and everything. I just want to make this clear, and this is the only thing that I'm going to say about Lachlan, any personal...
Oh, God forbid Lachlan find people who empathized with his story. That cynical response right there, like, nobody should care about him, is, again... If it was turned around, imagine some dude saying, like, I made sure she couldn't comment. This is my story. She can't say anything about it. Oh, people were being empathetic to her. I mean, just turn the genders around. It would sound insane. But because... Oh, yeah, that really... I'm sorry, that's a great little freeze right there. That's kind of a wacky little freeze. Sorry.
thing about him, that this man is well over the age of 30. Well over the age of 30. This isn't somebody who's in his 20s learning how to navigate relationships and people and how to treat people.
She told him she was gay sometime not long before they were supposed to go on the vacation. And then about a week or two before the vacation, she let him know that she slept with the dude because she had suddenly gotten the want to do so. And apparently it's another person who's like a fan or somebody she knew from Discord.
This is a person who is well, and I mean well into adulthood. So let's get back to these
So
emails.
yeah, by the way, this whole time period, she was going through attempts at relationships with women, and they were all failing. She says this in the first video, by the way, that none of them were successful. So she's not gay. No, she slept with a dude. And this is one of the things that, by the way, occurs to me. So she was talking with this other guy and carrying on what is no less than an emotional relationship, clearly. And at some point, she decides that he is close enough a friend to go on vacation with, and right before she goes on that vacation with this person that she's been talking to for months, keeping at bay for months, she sleeps with somebody else, a man, not a woman, even though she's been trying to date women the whole time and it hasn't been working. I'm sorry, but somebody make some sense out of any of it. I think she's just a confused human being, which is why I keep said from the get-go, this is a case of two unwell people being unwell together. And there's a lesson of why you draw boundaries and why somebody has to take notice of when things are just toxic.
Email at around 3:30 in the afternoon. He has sent me one at 7 o'clock at night, and now he decides to send me yet another email after I have.
By the way, this is those same emails we've seen over and over that you keep showing over and over as if there's something new. It's the same ones that she
yet
shows
again
at the
not
beginning.
responded at around 12 o'clock in the morning. Now, mind you, between 3:30 in the afternoon and midnight, Lachlan has decided, I cannot emphasize this enough, on his own volition to publish his email, his initial long-winded, woe is me, and I'm so sorry, and I'm to blame for everything email onto
because
my video.
he's not hearing from you, and you freaked him out, and you've disrespected his boundary, and you disrespected him, and you've probably upset his mom or dad. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. I'd be pissed too.
Comment sections of my video exposing personal
I don't know
information
if I'd
about
handle it
himself
the
that
same
I
way,
have not and would never on his fake email account called Lachlan K. You know that it was wrong to turn this into public drama. Lachlan, you are the only person.
No, you made a video about him that made it public drama, open to anybody to comment on, including me. And then he put himself out in the public, at least with the pseudonym, to have a say. The manipulation or the I guess, readjustment of all that is so despicable as a fucking untrustworthy motherfucker. And she made content out of their relationship. Exactly, Lizard Tree. So self-unaware, just not aware.
And I'm so sorry, and I'm to blame for everything email onto my video, into the comment sections of my video, exposing personal information about
there was
himself.
another piece of an email.
So let's get back to these emails. He has a thing about him that this man is well over the age of 30. Well over the age of 30. This isn't somebody who's in his 20s learning how to navigate relationships and people and how to treat people. This is a person who is well.
Same with her. I'm not sure why she's making this point. It's just another, like, lack of self-awareness. But yeah, she's also in her 30s.
I mean, well into adulthood. So let's get back to these emails. He has sent me an email at around 3:30 in the afternoon. He has sent me one at 7 o'clock at night. And now he decides to send me yet another email after I have yet again not responded at around 12 o'clock in the morning. Now, mind you, between 3:30 in the afternoon and midnight, Lachlan has decided, I cannot emphasize this enough, on his own volition to publish
as an audience,
his email,
we don't
his
need
initial
to know.
long-winded,
right.
woe is me, and I'm so sorry, and I'm to blame for everything email onto my video, into the comment sections of my video, exposing personal information about himself that I have not and would never on his fake email account called Lachlan K. You know that it was wrong to turn this into...
You know that it was wrong to turn this into public drama. If your intention was to hurt me, then well done. You've achieved that by hurting those closest to me. My blank and my blank, who I recommended your channel to, and oh, it's probably his mom and his sister. Which makes sense, he lives at home. Who I'd recommended your channel to, and who knew, for instance, that we were meant to go on holiday. And that's why they would know. Because he was like, oh, who are you going on holiday with? Oh, this lady who has this channel. Oh, shit, well, let's check it out. Their estimation of me will not recover. My blank, particularly, is distraught, angry, and ashamed, compounded with the stress of family issues. You're probably laughing and think that I deserve that. We had both said our pieces. We had both moving on. We're both moving on for this. I was and am trying to be better. You now have dredged everything up in a cruel, clearly unconstructive way in order to get clicks and sell vibrators. That is as truthful as one. He's nailed it right here. They had both said their piece. They were both moving on. He was trying to be better, and he feels like he's better. And then she makes the video because she wasn't happy with the fact that he was no longer friends with her. And that's actually why she made the video. She didn't understand why he wasn't friends with her anymore and was mad. that he was no longer friends because she wouldn't sleep with him and that she slept with somebody else. But she was going to go on holiday with him. You've now dredged everything up in a cruel, clearly unconstructive way. I have to agree with him 100% on that one, because she's not doing it any service in order to get clicks and sell vibrators. And that right there, my friends, that's the wrap up of that one. Truth.
Public drama. Lachlan, you are the only person who turned this into public drama. If you're...
So, once again, she's looking at his having a say in the story that he's part of, even as a pseudonym, as a, you know, anonymous character, he's still part of that story. She doesn't want him to have a say, and she's not recognizing that the drama comes from her making it public to get clicks and sell vibrators. So he's fucking
intention
nailed
was
it.
to hurt me, then well done. You have achieved that by hurting those closest to me. I love how it's me that has hurt him and those closest to him. It's not him and his behavior and his actions that have hurt those closest to him, that have hurt him. Again, this is emotional manipulation 101. This is not a good person. Not at all.
Emoji throws need a tomato in there. Like, they got a heart, they got 100, they've got a shocked face, but it needs a tomato. So we can throw tomatoes.
Good person. And it takes me a lot to call somebody not a good person. I don't think I have ever, in at least my adult life, called somebody a bad person, because I appreciate that people are new.
Actually, I know you have in plenty of other videos, so that is such, well, it's kind of a tell of how you don't recognize your own behavior. But okay.
Are multifaceted, are going through things. But this individual has shown me repeatedly, time and time again, that they are actually just not a good person. It is so telling when somebody tells you about all the work that they're doing, how they're improving. They're so apologetic to you. They say or claim that they accept all the bad things that they did to you, how they did you wrong. And then this is how they treat you. This is what they say to you when you don't fall for the when you don't fall for their attempt to emotionally manipulate you.
So his complaint is, even though it was succinct, is a continuation of, she's trying to turn it into, because I didn't want to be, that he's angry, so this is his response, and she's just not acknowledging her action of making a video that didn't need to be made. She didn't need to make that video. Nobody knew anything about any of the situation. It could have remained a situation only she knew about, but she had to make a video. And she's pissed that there was pushback. That's essentially what this is.
Into forgiving them, into communicating with them again. Because all he wants right now, it's clear, it is so clear to me now that all he wants for me to do is to contact him again. It's to violate my boundary, to show that my boundaries don't...
No. And it's a very self-absorbed thing to see. All he wants is because he likes me. That's about as juvenile a fucking point of view, a selfish ass point of view, as I've ever heard. No, he's very clearly fucking upset. He says he's done with you, and he is after that email. You have nothing else to share after that email. So he was done with you. That's fucking, she's just so psychotic.
Matter, because this person cannot humanize me. I have never been considered a human to this person. And what is also really interesting to me is that this person fell in love with...
So now, in her mind, she's now turned it into, she knows what he's thinking and feeling. But her feelings and emotions and boundaries all have to be respected, but she knows what he's feeling and thinking when it's not matching what he's saying.
That is with me, the content creator. They love that I did content, especially personal content about my life and my experiences, about being a femcel, about my childhood and my personal history. But now I'm making the exact same content that I make because I'm a content creator, but it's about my experience of them. And now it's a problem for me to make personal.
Yeah, because that's a different scenario, because you're dragging him through the mud, even if he's anonymous. You're being a prick, and that's different than watching someone's content that is personal. When you're utilizing somebody in your life as that content, that's fucked up. At that point, it's fucked up.
Content. It's very telling. My parents and another member of my family who I'd recommended your channel to and who knew, for instance, that we were meant to go on holiday, their estimation of me will never recover. I don't understand how any of this is my problem. I don't understand why I need to know any of this. Why? By
the way, her laugh here is telling of how cynical and emotionally stunted, sociopathic, cruel, oh yeah, I'll definitely send her the link. She, you know, I'm sure she's getting a lot of these. She'll actually see this because I'm using her video. Hopefully I won't get struck. She didn't last time. But we never know. I'm being mean this time. Yeah, it's so, her behavior here is so cruel before I play this, but I'm going to play this through again.
Problem for me to make personal content. It's very telling. My parents and another member of my family who had recommended your channel to and who knew, for instance, that we were meant to go on holiday, their estimation of me will never recover. I don't understand how any of this is my problem. I don't understand why I need to know any of this. Why? My parent is particularly distraught, angry, and ashamed. Compound.
Because you should know that you've brought pain to people with your action, and that's all he wants you to know. What you do with it after that, that's on you. You giggling about it, which he points out that, you know, he thinks you would, you're probably laughing and think that I deserve that. So you've been doing this callously to him for a minute. Yeah, Z's an asshole.
With the stress of other issues. You're probably laughing and think I deserve that. Now I want to make two comments here. The first one I want to make, can you see how he's having a conversation with himself now? He's having a conversation with himself because I'm not responding. So he's making baseless assumptions. There's nothing wrong with making assumptions of people. Like I can make the assumption based on evidence and on previous evidence that Lachlan is watching this video because that is what Lachlan does. So I can make that assumption. He's making the baseless assumption that I'm laughing at his family and about the shame that this is allegedly causing his family who know about this video and about Lachlan because he decided to tell them. Somebody who's trying to emotionally manipulate you is always having a conversation with themselves, especially if you do not respond, if you do not take the bit or the bait that they put out for you. It is so clear to me now. I sort of feel like I've had cataracts and I've just had them scraped off and now I can see clearly because, oh my goodness, this is horrifying.
Yeah, it sounds to me like she's trying to put this narrative out there before he gets the narrative out there. That's honestly what it is, because if anything, she's the one who was trying to manipulate him into her getting something out of it. And she got all the things she wanted out of it except for the vacation. And when the vacation didn't work out, she made the video about him. That's actually how this has gone down. Is like when he said, no, you did some shit I don't like. We were about to go on vacation. I was just about to pay for the whole thing because you had me kind of believing that there might be a chance. And screw you. So when she says, so when she didn't like the fact that he got to say screw you and cut her off, she made the video, which had him respond. Yeah, that's fucking fair. It's totally fair. So I've got to quickly take the dog out for a walk. I'm not going to leave you with nothing, though. In the meanwhile, while we're... let me find one of the good ones I got. I've been collecting little shorts and such that should be... oh, yes. I'm gonna swap us. Let me just double check my time here. Okay, so I know where we're at. Walk the dog. I'm gonna leave us for a brief moment, not with one of my videos, but an experience. And I'll be right back. That happened last night with the Thorpes. Come on out of nowhere.
Hey guys, what's up? We're live.
And this is what happened. I'll be right back. Just gotta
I'm gonna give a brief
walk
intro
the dog.
to the video you're gonna watch. We just recorded a police interaction that we had, me, my dad, and Ruby. We were taking a nap like last time, and my dad fell asleep around 7 p.m. It's 11:35 p.m. Saturday, July 20th, 2024. My dad fell asleep earlier around 7 p.m. Ruby fell asleep around 8. I fell asleep around 8:30, and I would say at about 9:45, 10 p.m. We woke up to a really loud knocking on this door right here, like bum 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 bum. And we didn't know what was going on, but as soon as we heard it, we all like kind of woke up. My dad said, "Grace, call the police," because we kind of thought it was like a stalker. Yeah, I thought maybe it was like somebody who was trying to intimidate us or something. No, they didn't say anything. Then bum 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 bum, like really loud knocks.
It was scary, and I literally like looked and I like looked out to see if there were cops. I like was squinting to like read his badge number because like we're already being fucked with. It's just kind of like,
hey Janet.
You know,
so
unexpected.
This is you guys aren't going to expect exactly what this is about. I'm not going to tell you. It's a 15-minute video. I'm going to show it, but I just wanted to just open it with that. About 10 p.m. Saturday, July 20th, 2024.
We were all dead asleep.
We were dead asleep.
We fell asleep like 8, like 7 and 8.
And then after the second knock, my dad said, "Who is it?" Actually, after the first knock, my dad said, "Who is it? What's going on?" No response. Second knock. Bum, 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 bum. Loud. we're scared. We think there's somebody outside our door with a knife or something. We're like, I have no idea. They're not responding, which was weird. And then eventually they said, this is the police. I looked out the window. It was the police. And the video goes from there. So
it's so funny. I didn't even know you were recording it. In my mind, I was like, oh, I wonder if maybe I should.
I'm shaking with it, So I'm going to play this 15-minute video. This just happened to us. And we'll give you a little reaction afterwards. But here you go. Enjoy.
That makes sense.
One sec.
Is it actually the police even?
Yeah, it's a police officer. It's a police officer.
I'm gonna look.
I saw you.
Where are my shorts?
They're folded up. I'm sorry.
That's good.
You're right there, sir. What time is it?
What time is it?
I don't know. We're all. Okay, that's not what it's doing.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
You guys got IDs?
Yes.
Can you grab them for me?
What's going on?
I'll explain in a second. Can I get your ID, please?
Can I know what's going on before I get my ID?
We've got some. Oh, you guys. So
What were
maybe,
the reports?
can I please get your ID so I can explain it to
We
you?
should have called
Okay.
the police first. We should.
Okay.
You don't think he's an officer?
No, I'm just saying to warn them that this is.
He can come in here.
I don't want to talk. I just want your guys' IDs so we can have a quick conversation and be done with this.
There you go. That's fine.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Just you. We got some reports from your neighbors of you guys making, of someone from your room making lewd or suggestive comments to some of the other residents here. Okay? And you guys are live streamers. They told us about that before. They looked you up, all that. I'm not here to dive down that rabbit hole, okay? I'm here because you can't be messing with the other residents here, okay? Yes, I am 100% sure that it was residents here, okay?
Lewd or
Suggestive.
You're here knocking on the door
Nothing.
because of lewd and suggestive comments?
Yes, that
Which
made,
residents?
it doesn't matter to which ones. It was made to juveniles, okay?
Wait, what?
Yes, that I don't think it was necessarily intended to be to a juvenile because of the group they were with. And it was nothing so ungodly.
What was the comment?
Making
Is there
comments about
some kind of evidence of this, like a video or something?
Yeah, what's
I'm
that?
so confused. We've been together all day.
Yeah,
We've
we've been-
this has like none of us did this. Is there some kind of evidence?
Yeah,
of
none of us do this.
that I can see?
Extremely all the things here.
Evidence you can say we were told
somebody from this room
a report,
out here.
the throat live stream,
We were told.
throat live stream that someone came out and was telling them about the live stream and making suggestive comments about how they can make a lot of money online. That comment came out the wrong way, okay?
How is that a?
What comment was made?
Why
How
are
is
you
that
here?
allowed?
To make a lot of money.
How's that lewd?
They took it. They took it in the manner that, like, conducting sexual acts online to make money.
That's right.
That was
Watching
exactly
as
said.
the
I'm not
Thorpes
saying you
being
said that.
woken
That was
up
how it was interpreted. Okay.
from the sleep
So we're just
and being
asking
accused
you
of
not to harass or engage with the other residents
They
here.
wait, the ones that approached us.
saying something inappropriate.
They're walks up to us.
they're gonna
talk
keep-
about-
Those girls who were talking about the RV?
So
That's the only.
we're just asking that we don't engage with the other residents at the motel.
But the
As far as
story
I know.
actually is
Okay.
here is that it's some kind of bullshit that. And by the way, Ben was not even involved. He didn't talk to the girl at all, or girls at all. It just turns out something weird happened, which tends to happen around the Thorpes. But yeah, where Ruby and Grace, you like this shot just holding on Ben's belly there. Ruby and Grace met up with some girl she's in her 20s, actually, early 20s. Who had a bunch of piercings and whatever, a very original look, apparently. And she had a girl with her who apparently was her little sister. But, you know, the story, as they say, Ruby and Grace describe it, as they go on to say, is just that they were talking about YouTube and, you know, streaming and such. And how it got into the lewd and lascivious side is never completely explained. We never find it out. There's no proof, no evidence. It's just some stranger next door. Now, mind you, all of the events of that particular day are questionable and weird, and including some single man looking to meet up with somebody else being sent to their hotel room on the same time at the same time that Ava was standing them up. Now, these are all characters in another story, obviously. The point and the reason why I even shared that is just to show you that, you know, the parasociality of the audience and those around us. We have to see the dad bod. Yeah, true. It is suspect. You You know, the parasociality of the audience can be just as dangerous. This is true. But it can be just as dangerous just to have somebody misunderstand you and misuse that moment, which is why I'm sharing this, because even something as innocuous as having a conversation can be misconstrued by somebody and cause them to call the police in the modern day, because people are just so socially inept. Obviously, that could have been handled another way, and it wasn't, which is the whole point. It's the whole thing. There's so many other ways that these things could be handled. So many other directions. But they aren't.
Horrifying. If somebody's estimation of you will not...
Lizardtree, no, that wasn't the audience. That's some weird... Who knows really what went down? Ruby and Grace talked to a pair of girls that they had met swimming. The girls had come to the van on their own, and Ruby and Grace had told one of the girls, the older one, that streaming would probably be good for her because she had an original look. And the way they describe it, it's pretty innocuous. Ben wasn't even there. And apparently his interaction was like, oh, hello, what's going on? Are you guys coming back to the hotel room? Oh, and then he disappeared. So what actually happened? We don't know because there's no video of it. And Grace actually laments that, like, it's the one time she didn't have the camera on. You know, so, yeah. It's a questionable thing, but it's a great example of how, you know, unwell people do unwell things. And anything can be misconstrued. Both sides of the story have to be heard. By the way, they almost did get the police called on them the night before because it looks like OPC or Ava or somebody else in that clan who are trying to mess with the Thorpes right now for not really good reasons, but other than just hating the Thorpes. Somebody sent an email to the local police department to try to get them swatted again, which is just so absurd because they aren't doing anything. They're just not doing anything. As opposed to this person right here, who's being pretty snide and cruel.
That's on you. That is your problem. That's because of what you've done. That is because of your actions, which I am not responsible for. Again, the emotional labor that I am being expected to do for this grown, well over 30-year-old man is astounding.
Oh, because you have to give a damn that there's an interaction, or that you have to have feelings for the fact that they had a falling out or consider him at all? That's sociopathic shit.
The second point that I want to make here is a point that I think a lot of my, especially black and brown viewers, especially female black and brown viewers, will know all too well. Please put this hand emoji in the comment section if you've experienced this or if you know of this, like from personal experience, because this is something that is all too common. What can I call it? This is something that I would call the family honor syndrome. Now, what will happen is a man in the community or in the family will do something bad, and he'll typically do something bad to a woman or to a child. And what will happen is that woman or the child will speak out about this, will tell somebody in the family or in the community about it. And the response that the woman or the child gets is that of people blaming them. They will blame the woman or the child. They will be suspicious of the woman or the child. People will say and whisper that you can't trust her with anything. And importantly, she will be blamed for bringing dishonor to the family or to the community. Now, in all of this, the important thing that is constantly and always systematically, repeatedly forgotten is that the reason why this dishonor happened in the first place is because of the actions of the man who nobody cares about at all. Him and his actions are forgotten in this entire scenario, a very real scenario at that. Family honor syndrome can basically be summed up as it being more important to keep up the appearance and the veneer of honor than to actually be honorable. The woman...
Her point here is kind of lost in the meaning of what actually happened. He's not trying to valor signal for his family. Yeah, this ain't that. This ain't that at all. He's not signaling valor for his family. He's signaling that this was hurtful to him, and because it hurt his parents, it hurt him as well. And that she was unfair for this, or cruel, as he said. In his words, she was cruel. I don't think anything, it's not like he's trying to parade his family around. He's just stating the fact. Trying to be cruel about it again is just adding more fuel to the fire, and it makes her, frankly, in my opinion, look like a kind of sadistic asshole. Like really, truly, like he says, cruel.
Will be shamed, as Lachlan tries to do, guilt-tripping me. You have now dredged everything up in a cruel, clearly unconstructive way in order to get clicks and sell vibrators. Go ahead.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're getting clicks and selling vibrators. You dredged things up that you didn't have to in a hit piece, essentially, because you were unhappy that he stopped being friends with you because you wouldn't, because you were mad at him because he wouldn't take you on holiday because you slept with somebody and he called it off. That's what it comes down to. That's really what it comes down to. She was mad that he didn't take her on holiday. That's really what this seems to be about. And he's mad because of the way that she ended the friendship. So, she's not mad about the way the friendship ended. That's something to point out. She's not mad about the friendship at all.
And post a part 2 now. It doesn't matter. The damage here is already done. Now remember, Lachlan brought his family into all of this, not just by posting about them on my video, but also in telling them about this and in having them.
So far she's shown us one email. She says there's 7 emails, but so far she's shown us one email.
Follow me, which I did not even know. I was not privy to any of this. He mentioned once a long time ago that one of his parents followed me on Instagram, but that was all I knew. If you bring your family who have nothing to do with something into a situation of your making and your doing in order to shield yourself of your actions, you're not just pathetic, you're also just trying to emotionally manipulate someone. And usually that somebody is like me, a woman who cares about family, who can be guilt-tripped into caring about.
No, he's not trying to shield himself. He didn't make it all about them. That is so dishonest. It's like she doesn't want to actually read what's being written or take any accountability for any of what she's taken part in. It's, man, rough.
Such things, who obviously has a sort of maternal instinct within her and doesn't want to cause anybody distress or stress or any harm of the kind. But I am not the one doing the hurting. You, Lachlan, I know you're watching. You're the one who is doing the hurting. You're the one who is responsible for all of this drama that has been created by you.
He didn't make the video. So she's blaming him. She's victim blaming. She's literally, you're hurt. You're the one who's causing your own pain. Yeah, she's mad because the stunt backfired. That's what it sounds like. And this whole, like, it's your fault you're feeling pain is sociopathic.
Anonymized you. Nobody on planet Earth knows who you are. The only reason this family member...
That's not what he was upset about. Had nothing to do with... Yes, he's anonymous, but the action still happened to him. And around him. With him.
If this is even true, knows who Lachlan in my video is because Lachlan told them. Now, if only that were the end of it. But oh no, Lachlan writes to me yet again. At 10 in the morning, he says,
That's actually also untrue. They knew who it was because they knew who you were before any of this. It's such a distortion of reality. It's how she's literally telling you how she's rationalizing this. And she keeps showing the same fucking email.
Parent this morning and explained that the video is completely anonymous and you all details. My parent was calmer than yesterday, so has understood. Again, why do I need to know any of this? This is such toxic parasociality. This is a parasocial relationship that I have not in any way condoned at all.
It's also not a rational fucking response to be disingenuous, callous, and a cruel person in response to this. It doesn't make you seem any more empathetic or concerned or less of an asshole. Makes you seem like more of an asshole.
Because I have set that boundary in place to never contact me. I do not wish to know any of this. I do not need to. I do not want to know any of this. This is none of my business. Stop making it my business. I commented on your video with the email I sent you. Now note that he commented with the email, the first one. He hasn't
If you don't want pushback, you shouldn't have made a video, even if he was anonymous. Because you were going to get these emails in the back chat no matter what, which is what you did. And then he was like, you know what? You're not going to respond and you're being callous to that, so I'm just going to fucking let everybody know there's another side to this. And once again, this is like, what, the 6th or 7th time she's shown the same email.
In any of the other emails that he sent me, because I assume that he knows that that would make him look very bad, because it does look bad. It looks very desperate and it looks very manipulative, and it also just does not
But we don't know that.
I commented on your video with the email I sent you because I was angry that after I told you how stressed my parents were by all this, you teased a part 2 to your viewers, as if you didn't care and were just out to hurt me further no matter what. As I said, I have only read these emails I teased a part 2, as he called it. I wasn't teasing a part 2. I was just asking if anybody was interested because I wanted to make a video about the violation of consent because this person had emailed me and I thought it was a very interesting topic just based on the response that I had been getting. He has absolutely no evidence that I'd opened his emails beforehand and read any of this.
So once again, dehumanizing him down to topic. Dehumanizing this other person as if she doesn't really know him. As if she wasn't going to go on holiday with him.
I didn't even reply to any of his emails. The fact that he's assuming that I had read what he'd said about the personal things that he was going through and then didn't care and was laughing and thought he deserved it is just the paranoia that this individual has surrounding me and my actions without any evidence of what I'm actually doing is astounding. If you go ahead and post it, please just give me 1 day's notice so I can make sure that they don't see it, please.
None of this is paranoid because it's what you did. It's what she did. None of it is paranoid. It's all very real. It's very disturbing distortion of reality.
Do that. No, because I am not responsible for what content you decide to consume. I, for instance, have an issue with watching films or shows where there are particular scenes or there are particular instances of against women. There are certain things that I cannot watch. So whenever I'm about to watch a show, to watch a film, to go to the cinema, I'll go onto IMDb and I'll see what is in a film, what is in a show. A few years ago, I watched 12 Years a Slave, and because of particular scenes, I could not handle it, but I continued to watch it. So what happened? For the next few weeks, I was traumatized and I was vomiting and I couldn't eat and I made...
So the same person who has a hard time separating fantasy from affecting them in real life is expecting that an online relationship is just going to disappear because after she's making a video in response to someone saying, "Go away, you hurt me." I think when you say that you get affected by fantasy to the point where it fucks with your actual life, that takes away a certain amount of credibility from the rest of the way that you present or interact with the scenario. Because if you're this affected by fantasy but not affected by reality and the interaction with people, that's sociopathic in its... That is the atypical sociopath. That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. And she's saying it like it's a point.
Myself ill. Now that isn't the fault of the film, it isn't the fault of history, it isn't the fault of the actors, it isn't the fault of anybody. That is my problem. I decided to consume that.
Yes, it is your problem, and you probably need some help and some more self-reflection on how that also plays itself out in your relationships.
Content. I decided to put myself into that situation, and importantly, I decided not to click off. Nobody else is responsible for that but me. In the same way that I do not understand why, if my content is causing anybody distress, if you do not like...
Hold on a second. So if you took responsibility for not clicking off when watching the movie, why are you not taking responsibility for not clicking off with having this long-term conversational relationship where you visited the dude and, entrenched yourself with him in his life and was about to go on a vacation with him? Why can't you take responsibility for not clicking off earlier there? Because that's what should have happened. You should have clicked off early on when you weren't interested in the dude and he kept saying, "I'm interested in you." There's got to be some fucking accountability for the other adult who then, in response to being told that this person didn't want to speak to her, her response was to make a video. And then get angry that he wrote her saying, "What the hell?" It's
my content. If it makes you unhappy, why are you watching my content? It is not my responsibility to make my content more palatable for you because of things that are happening to you when I don't know you. I respect and appreciate everybody who consumes my content.
So now she doesn't know him. She may be talking about the parent, but no, she's referring to both. She, I don't know, but even the parent. She spoke to the parent. She's met them.
But I am not responsible for how you feel about what you are consuming on my channel. When you have as much volition as you do to click on my content, to click off my content, to block me, to tell YouTube that you are not in...
As well as she has all the volition in the world to be able to get out of that relationship when it seemed uncomfortable in the first place, but she has a problem with rejection. She has said in the past, and in the other video, that she has a problem with rejecting people and being rejected herself. So instead of putting herself in the uncomfortable position of adulthood and drawing the boundary line and making it clear and walking away, not having an interaction with this person who is parasocially attached to her, she's blaming it on the fan.
Interested in my channel. I am not going to violate my boundary and let this man continue to violate my consent, to violate and to take advantage of the boundaries that I've put in place for him to feel less guilty.
But it's fine for you to violate his consent to start with, because you made the video when he said, "I don't want to hear from you, go away." that also should have included any kind of public display on her part.
What he did to me, for the emotional manipulation, if not that he put me through and is putting me through here. So I get another email.
So the emotional manipulation is what happened after her video was made, and not the emotional manipulation of her somehow convincing him that it's okay for them to go on holiday, then that she's gay, and that right before she went on holiday with him that she slept with some other guy, and that it opened up some whole new pathway in her. That's not manipulation in her mind. It's just absolutely stunning.
I love how my entire video was about my experiences, especially with mental health, and that I have been in a very, very bad mental health state. That
Okay, so and here's the she's saying that he's using his parents as a manipulation shield, essentially. And what does she do? Bring up her mental health as a manipulation shield. Oh, you can't do this. I was talking about my mental health. Well, technically so is he.
I was for a large part of this year so far, and how none of that mattered to him when we were friends and when I spoke to him. Instead, it turned back to it being all about him not being able to save me, or him not being able to show me what real passion is. And now, of course, this again has all turned.
Except that we don't know that to be true or not, because she actually has phrased that differently earlier. Totally differently earlier. Now it's a pejorative, whereas earlier it was something where he was considerate and caring. And everything you read, I just don't trust what she's saying about it, because he sounds very polite, considerate in a lot of ways.
Into not my experience as the video was about my experience, completely anonymizing him, but all about him and all about how this has made him feel, and how it is, importantly, because I think he knows that I don't really care about how he feels.
Yes, we know you don't care about how he feels. That's the whole issue to start with. You got into a relationship with somebody who cared about you a lot. You didn't care about them, but you wanted the benefits of having a friend. So you just walked across his boundaries. And when he drew a boundary, you got pissed. And now you are being as vindictive. Z is being as vindictive as fucking possible.
But about how an innocent party feels because of this, and how that is somehow my fault. This email is an absolute doozy. And if you think this is all a lie, as some of your wonderful viewers seem to, I can ask my parent to contact you directly and talk to you. I do not know your family. I do not know your parent. I've never spoken to your parent. This is such a violation. Such a violation.
No, it's a desperation. There's a lot of other violations going on, but this is not one of them. This is just a desperate thing. They're not saying that they have to. They're saying that if you really don't believe it, I'll have them contact you. It's hyperbole.
And he continues. That would be the cruelest thing you could make. But if it's literally the only way to convince you, then I'll do it. Emotional manipulation and 101. I'm not making him do anything. I haven't responded to a single one of his emails. Not one. The taking of responsibility off of himself.
You're responding in these videos. She's reading them and responding to them the whole time. It's almost fucking psychopathic. It's psychotic. It's fucking sociopathic for certain. She's responding to the video while saying she's never said anything about this. Okay.
And placing it onto me is just textbook. That would be the cruelest thing you could make me do, as if I'm responsible. You know, Destiny recently posted a clip from his stream about this kind of emotional exploitation that people do in messages and in emails, and it applies perfectly.
Yeah, and Destiny is a fucking sociopath who doesn't have any real friends, just like you. Who has almost no friend group, who doesn't have successful relationships, who doesn't, this person doesn't know how to have a relationship.
Here.
There's behavior that I would call assurance-seeking behavior, and anytime you're doing this, you're putting the other person in the conversation in a very difficult to navigate spot, because you're preying on their innate desire to kind of like calm you down, basically.
Exactly. Lock-in here is trying to prey on my innate desire.
That is a easy way for a sociopath to manipulate their own concept of empathy. To see any any request for help, any request for empathy to be a ploy. It's just sick. It's fucking sick.
to alleviate the suffering that allegedly that I'm causing not just to their family member actually, but to the family.
What they do is, the goal is, and everything I'm about to say is, this is not like a, this isn't like a cognitive process where somebody's like thinking and mapping out all the things. This happens like very naturally, very, do I say impulsively? It happens very naturally, because usually people that communicate this way are used to doing it, okay? The goal is I am going to communicate to you.
Manipulation is a thoughtful action. Same as coercion. The idea that somebody could accidentally manipulate you is just fucking sociopathic talk.
Okay, there's like 3 things. Okay, I'm going to communicate
it's
to you
a lack of accountability on the person
you have caused a
receiving
problem.
The emotional
You need to remedy the
values.
problem. It will cause me intense discomfort until you do, okay?
That is exactly what Lachlan has done. I have allegedly caused a problem by making this public drama, by making a video about my own
Yeah,
experiences.
and sometimes that happens in life where somebody does need to be accountable. It's not always a ploy. It's not only a ploy. A sociopath would have you believe that that would only be a ploy, because for them, it is only a ploy. But for most people, if they say, you did X, Y, and Z, and I need you to kind of make up for that because it fucked up X, Y, and Z, that's just somebody saying, yo, can you clean up the fucking mess that you started? When people use defensive mechanism, like what she's just displayed with Destiny, as the maneuver to avoid personal accountability or saying anything, oh, I shouldn't have done this, I fucked up, but that's really fucked up. And giving a preface to this with humility would make all the difference in the world, but because there is only deflection and defensive maneuver, none of this can be believed as anything other than a sociopathic, cruel attempt to avoid personal accountability for being a shithead.
I now need to remedy the problem. That is, I need to tell him, violate my boundaries and tell him before I post a video about this. And 3, it will cause me intense discomfort until you do. I have to contact him. I have to call or talk to his parent because it is causing discomfort.
No, that's not what he's saying at all. And that's a misrepresentation of what he's saying. He's saying that you need to fucking rectify what you just put up there, and probably asking to take it down and without saying as much, because it's embarrassing and it's unnecessary to the situation. It just adds fuel to the fire. She just used Destiny as a reference for good emotional behavior and etiquette. Yes, Lizard Tree. A sociopath with no friends and an incapability to keep long-term relationships. Yes. That's
all 3 of these things working in tangent, and it's very, very, very difficult to counter it without being a sociopath.
And that's exactly what has sadly happened, because now I know I'm going to get a few comments from people who are going to say that I'm in the wrong for all of this, that I'm a sociopath and all of this. And I think this is why it is so difficult to act.
Yeah, and she's well aware enough to know that she's going to get that accusation because of the fact that that's the truth in the background. And that's her, putting it out there, telling you she's the problem. And then absolving herself of any association to it.
She did being emotionally manipulated and emotionally by people. But I refuse. I really do refuse. And I really want this to be a message that you should not empathize with people.
The other thing is what she's really saying is she was actually affected by the scenario. Because whatever she was planning didn't work out for her in the end the way she wanted to, because there was pushback. She wanted a clean break where she got to say whatever she wanted and there was no pushback. But now she's emotionally fucked because she actually has to deal with the ramification and results of her own interactions and behaviors and something she might have fucked up.
Who do this. And I don't think that Lachlan is sitting there meticulously calculating things. I think this comes from a very emotional and very irrational place, but that is no excuse.
Yeah, I think the only meticulous person who's manipulating things and working on things to make them look a certain way is the person who made this video and cut the same email into a shit ton of emails that they aren't. Zero accountability. Yeah, exactly. 100% Lizard Tree. She got no accountability going on here. For her own interaction with the dude. Like, that's not the mistake. The mistake is how he acted at the end after I made a video about him when he told me not to contact him anymore. And I didn't get the vacation. That's her lot. That is literally how this is playing out, but she's leaving out the vacation portion. She's leaving out the portion where he says, don't contact me anymore. And it's only about what she has said. It's everything she's accusing him of.
empathize with this grown man anymore. He is too many years older than me, and there are too many people like him out there who are coddled by...
He's too many years over. He's like 4 or 5 years older than her.
Cycle of emotional manipulation that they do, who are coddled by these 3 points that Destiny pointed out that they do incessantly and get away with it. And I think too many people...
By the way, it is also very sociopathic to hone in on something that is kind of just a nebulous concept that sort of fits the scenario, and then make that just the whole of the logic center. She keyed into something that resonated with her rationale, and so now that is the whole of the rationale. Doesn't matter who he came from, a sociopath himself who doesn't have long-term relationships, or that what he's saying only applies to certain scenarios. No, she's just applying it blanket. That's some sociopathic shit.
She women are tired. We're exhausted. This is honestly insane.
Oh, now she speaks
Not
for all
about
women.
including this.
Lizard Tree, she speaks for all women here. Hey, Lita, Lizard Tree, she speaks for all women here. Just so you know, that's what she's saying.
Message
women,
in my video.
Apparently, you guys are just tired of this. You're tired of what he's doing.
Because, I mean, I'm never speaking to Lachlan ever again. And I also know for a fact that he is watching this video because, well...
Yeah, you're speaking to him right now, you duplicitous piece of shit.
Can't help himself. And in that vein, this is therefore a message to all the Lachlans of the world who people are getting incredibly tired of. Do not ever.
No, you know who we're getting tired of? The people who play these games and act like they're not accountable for what they have taken part in, and who leave emotional wrecks of people behind them. Yeah, I didn't think she spoke for anybody but herself. Lizard Tree cares about people, Z. Most people care about others. This, I don't have to care about you even though you're hurt shit, and I had something to do with that because I'm unhappy with how this ended. I'm unhappy with you responding to me talking about something that should have been kept private. Really, truly, that's what this sounds like. You should have just kept it private. You could have avoided the whole thing. And you know how you could have avoided the whole thing? Actually, she could have avoided the whole thing by just not carrying on a relationship with the dude. That could have been the easiest solution early on.
Ever contact me again, either through my email, my business email,
so she's
my personal
talking to
email,
him
if you
there.
somehow have
While
that.
saying,
Do not
I'm never
contact me
talking to him
via
again.
my comment section.
Yeah,
Do
you're
not
talking to him
contact
right
me
there.
via my address. And I don't say that for you to not do that for me. Don't do it for yourself. I do not need to, nor want to know anything about you, about what you are doing, nor anything about those associated with you. Because to be fair, all you're doing is giving me important content to make. And this is important, just based on the comments that I've gotten from people. There's clearly...
All he's doing is giving her content to make. That really makes her sound like less of a sociopath. She doesn't have to make any of this content. She doesn't have to fucking share any of this. All she needs to do is ignore it, but she is literally making the drama that he accused her of that she denied. It's fucking hypocrisy in the highest order. And the biggest problem I see with this is that there's a whole group of people yes queening her. And I use that term very specifically because that's what's going on. Oh my God, yes, queen. Oh my God, yes. But they'll all let her wear that fucking wig without saying, girl, you could do better. She's mad because he broke it off when she wants to be the one who ended it. Couldn't have been said better. Lizard Tree, 100% couldn't have been said better. In fact, you know what? Hold on a second. Yes, that is fact. That's exactly what that is. She has no... It's almost as if she thinks that by saying this and portraying this, that people won't get that sense. Because her audience, her core audience, they won't. They're just going to listen to her and believe what she says. Although you do, if you look at the comments, there's a lot of support for him. There's a lot of people that feel the same way, that she's being disingenuous about this. And she doesn't like that either, which is the other thing that's upsetting her, is that he's disrupted her audience a little bit, in that she's now not just the feigning waif who is harmed by the world at each turn. How can we believe that if fantasy fucks her up so hard? If a movie is gonna do that to her and terrorize her for weeks, and she can't have the compulsion or the self-control to turn it off, How can we trust that any of her fucking behaviors are going to be reliable and not ridiculous, not dangerous for her? She has no credibility. I mean, if fantasy does terrible things to her, then what does she expect in real life? That is the problem with the echo chambers. Kudos to the echo chamber warriors. Hell yeah. Popping echo chamber bubbles since 1999.
To people and is important to them. This is something that is a very common experience for way too many women. It was actually horrifying reading my comments of people telling their stories of how this had happened to them. I am so fortunate and so lucky that I have a YouTube channel where I can actually talk about this and actually have some semblance of control.
Where she can feel free to drag people and then attempt to quell the pushback and sit in an echo chamber and have people agree with her who might or might not have had the same experience, but they will commiserate as if they had.
Over what is happening to me, I can actually address this emotional manipulation that this person is trying to put me through, this violation of my boundaries and consent, which so many people, especially women, do not have. It is...
But never mentions the violations in his consent or his boundaries or how he felt at all, because it doesn't matter, because she doesn't want to have had cared about him because he was just a friend, someone she didn't know, she says, but she spent all this time on the phone with him and she was going to go on a vacation with him.
So horrifying. And I will keep making content about the people who violate my boundaries, about people violating people's boundaries and consent, because this idea of the family...
and well, you know what? People will make videos about you violating other people's boundaries and consent too. That's how that works. So, you know, kudos. I mean... Okay.
Syndrome, this idea of not airing out dirty laundry, which I didn't because I'm just talking about my experiences. I am perfectly...
They may have been your experiences, but you weren't alone in them. You don't live in a vacuum in the world. If you share a story that includes somebody else, even if you don't name them, you are now sharing a story about somebody else. This is what I was talking about at the beginning, where she's from the group of people who likes to manipulate the meanings of words as they see fit at any given time, and it is delusional. It's sociopathic, and it's meant to manipulate. So for all the language of her claiming somebody else is manipulating, this is what she's doing to the audience the whole entire time. That's what she's doing to the information the whole entire time. That's what she's doing to the scenario the whole entire fucking time. It's insulting.
Doing that, and it is so important to do that. It is so important for us to address these things and to talk about them. There's too much shame in this society
it is important
that is allowing
for
people
us to talk about these issues when they are actually fucking happening, and when you don't perpetrate them because you get involved with somebody who is essentially off kilter, and you act off kilter with them and make the whole situation fucking off kilter, and then act like it's not you. There's two people dancing there together, and the last group of actions is the person with 209,000 people on their subscription who has access to a wide platform that the other person doesn't. That is the power imbalance. And she doth protest too fucking much. Yes.
Other people that is permitting people to hide behind their terrible, deplorable actions.
Lachlan's apologies aren't good enough because one, they're in public. I shouldn't even be seeing this. The fact that it's posted here is...
They were in private first until she ignored them, so that's fucking why adding this little clip in of Britney yes queening is despicable.
So weird. That means he wrote it to Z in an email and then still thought the public needs to see it because he's not sorry for what he did to her. He's sorry she told us. He's sorry he was found out. Because if he was...
No. He's sorry that she did that without talking to him as a vindictive response to him cutting off their relationship. It's just, let's just ignore his humanity and his part and act like the only people that can end a relationship are the women. Women are the only ones. The woman in this situation is the only one who could be harmed. What the fuck? This is straight up gender war craziness. This is what has resulted from these people having brain rot gender war bullshit on the brain. They are both including roles and denying their own.
Really sorry, he would have taken it as a responsible adult as something he did between them, and that's it. Z didn't tell us who he was. Z's allowed to tell us her story, and the fact that this is her story means like it was eventually going to be something.
Yeah, but it's also his story because he's involved in it, and he's allowed to publicly come out and say, "Look, you don't know who I am, but That is me, and that's some bullshit. He's allowed to do that in any way, shape, or form he feels fit. And being that it was an email beforehand, it may be wacky, but, you know, as far as pushback is concerned, it's a pretty polite pushback.
She was allowed to tell.
I would have been fucking vicious about that and made a video and just been like, this bitch is a fucking liar. Not only is she a hypocrite, but she's a liar, and let me detail the entirety of the relationship so you can see how much bullshit she is and how she used it. This is what happened. I can tell you this is what happened. She used the dude for his humanity. She used him for companionship. And when he didn't work out the way she wanted him to, meaning he responded to her telling him, well, turning out she couldn't carry on a gay relationship, so she slept with someone else, which, you know, she's allowed to do whatever the fuck she wants, but she should also expect that somebody that she's endeared herself to might have a negative reaction to that when that person and her are supposed to go on a holiday together. Even if it's just as friends, she knows that that's not what he's interested in. And it was her own fault for leading him down any path further than just being like, oh, you want to be more than a friend and you're a fan? No, thank you. That's on fucking her.
Can't hurt people and expect them not to tell. That's why the bridges burn, because you expect to hurt people and not be told on. No.
Well, Brittany, you should be talking about her there. He cut the bridge off, and it probably could have been okay at some time at a later date, but she decided to make a video about it. Nobody would have been the wiser without her video. Yeah, he didn't want the blue waffle. True. Yes, he did not want the blue fucking waffle.
You cannot hurt people and expect people not to tell. Now, if they lie about you, that's unfair.
Well,
but Lachlan's not proving.
If it's fair for her, then it's fair for him, because he's the one who got hurt in the scenario. So
he lied about him. And that's the problem. Lachlan's admitting he did everything she said. He's just trying to make excuses for it. I don't accept your excuses.
No, that's not excuses. Oh, wow. Okay, this doubling down of having other people be insensitive or callous for whatever reason, yas queening, is also so despicable as a vindictive response to him that it takes away the credibility of believing that she's an empathetic person going through anything.
You don't get to hurt people because they hurt you first. Or you don't get to hurt people because they hurt you last.
Oh yeah, well, then you should probably tell Z that. Because she was being vindictive by making a video because that dude took away her holiday.
Get to hurt, like, do you have values or not? Do you have values or not? And Lachlan doesn't have values. What he has is a really well-written.
Brittany, I could accuse you of not having any consistent value. That's, I mean, which is essentially not having any values. So yeah, once again, another person who with this very similar problems, with the same very similar vein of thinking, which is fairly backwards, unusual, and antisocial in most of the cases. Yas queening, bad behavior, and blaming the person who did everything they should have in the get-go. And maybe they were wacky, but expect a wacky response from somebody that you know is wacky to begin with. And if you don't, then that's also, the onus is on you to not respond, not give any fuel to the fire, which the video to start with was. And then the response was even more.
An email that's going to convince people that he gets to do bad things because these people were mean to him. Nope, you don't. That's not how it works.
But
you
he's
don't get to
not
do bad
saying
things
that.
and expect people not to tell
that's
people.
A fucking weird ass take. He's not saying that at all. He's saying, I wish you hadn't done that. I wish you could have let me know, you know, if you could avoid it because you're teasing part 2. Otherwise, don't fucking contact me again.
And at the same time, again, okay, if she lied about him, then he should say that, but he's not even saying that.
I'm most definitely not ashamed for
No, because he wants to stay in he's trying to be polite, Brittany. Not everybody is as inflammatory as you two. Or
for what I said, and I'm most definitely not ashamed for making this video and talking about what has recently transpired. As we all know here, I am a content creator and I make content about modern society, and that sometimes includes myself via my personal stories and experiences. Me doing that is not harassing anybody, especially when I anonymize them, nor is it causing...
Anonymizing them doesn't make it less harassment because they know, and the people around them know. It actually polarizes and weaponizes the action in a very specific way that is cruel It's better to make it public so that, you know, and to let the person know. That's how you really do that. Like, be just open and honest and transparent about it. Or not do it at all so that you don't inflame the situation. That's the way you avoid that. Not some backwards way of thinking, of rationalizing how it's okay to make the video for clicks and selling vibrators. Because he was astute about that. He was dead on. That's what it is. You want the right to make your content and make your money off of his pain. Off of the pain of the relationship. Off of your conjoined pain. That's sick. That is sociopathic.
Anybody any harm. The Lachlan's of the world are doing this all on their own. Lachlan is doing that for reasons only he knows, by following my social media, by emailing me repeatedly, by creating...
He's always been following you. For him to stop now, to not keep track of the bullshit that you're doing, he probably was getting ready to stop following you, but then suddenly you do this bullshit.
A fake Gmail account to comment under the name Lachlan K. I didn't make my video because I was hurting or because I wanted to get back at you. None of this is about you. I know that's
really?
difficult.
Because it doesn't look like that. You don't behave like that. It doesn't come off in message like that. It has nothing but vindictive qualities to it to anybody that isn't you. So you can say that all you like, but I don't know about the audience if you're all seeing what I'm seeing, but this is vindictive shit. And you can go watch the first video. It is, the timbre and the qualities of it are exactly the same. If anything, they're more dramatic.
To understand, especially for people who may see a bit of themselves in the Lachlan's of this world. But my video was about me. It was about my experience with Lachlan. My video wasn't about Lachlan. It wasn't about trying to get one up on him or to get even with him. Or
you can say that all you like, but it doesn't dismiss the fact of how you've responded and behaved before, during, and after. So it does become about him. Your ignorance of your own part in it and the inability to accept any accountability for what you're doing currently or what happened before is telling throughout, because you just want to be the one who said, go away. Nothing more. You just want to be the one who had the final say, and that's it. And it's all about power. It's all about abuse of the situation and disregard for the humanity of the situation. For yourself and for Lachlan. It's disturbing.
Get back at him for ending our friendship. I find introspection very important, and
Except, there's not a lot of logic to what you did beyond getting back at him for ending your relationship because he said, don't contact me. I don't want anything to do with you. Which should mean, don't make a video about me.
Always found my personal videos very
By the way, that happened before she said, once again, just to remind y'all, he said, go away to her. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Before she made the first video. Before he writes her the emails in response to the first video. So everything she's saying here is fully capricious.
Ways and means for me to actually do that kind of exploration of my actions and of what has happened to me. I made that video because I always make videos about my experiences and about myself. And
you
that was
made that video because you knew that you could get one up on dude because he doesn't have the power play that you do. You knew that you could be cathartic about a situation that would hurt one person in particular, and you didn't think that they would have any pushback or be able to push back or get any attention. And now you're pissed that they did. That's what it comes down to. This is a person who has influence over 209,000 people, whose voice is being heard far and wide, essentially, who talks about emotions and interactions and relationships when they themselves have an incompetence to have relationships, when they themselves self-admittedly don't understand social behaviors and don't have good social graces themselves. What makes them the expert? You tell me. What I do know is that in her wrap-up right here,
another one of those videos. It was Lachlan's choice to expose himself. That's his prerogative, but it is not my responsibility. I am not doing that is Lachlan's emotional labor and accountability for you. Grow up. I don't know if it's going to happen, and to be fair, I do not care. But I just really hope that you do, because I hope the best for everyone. I really do. Anyway.
Her wrap-up right there is the most sociopathic portion of it. I don't have to care about your feelings, but I do care about you. But I don't have to. You want to play it again? It's essentially what she's saying right there.
Choice to expose himself. That's his prerogative, but it is not my responsibility. I am not doing that is Lachlan's emotional labor and accountability for you. Grow up. I don't know if it's going to happen, and to be fair, I do not care. But I just really hope that you do, because I hope the best for everyone. I really do. Anyway, thank you so much for watching.
That's very hard to believe and not very credible based off of the behavior and the things you said about the situation and the way that you've callously, just rigidly cut the dude apart for doing, even if he is a bit wacky, yes, and desperate. Understandable stuff. He's not screaming at you, he's not cursing at you, he's not calling you names. You're trying to play it out as if it is a terrible scenario that somebody's done something horrible to you, and that's the other portion. If the audience has seen it, anything in there that suggests some vicious or horrible act towards her, I would love for you to fill me in on what I missed, because I think it's just a misrepresentation and a very dishonest way to lambast somebody. It's a very dishonest way to represent somebody who I've actually pretty much enjoyed up until this point. And now I know that they're a disingenuous, dishonest, untrustworthy, definitely vicious person. And that's why they don't have relationships. That's why they don't have very many friends. That's why everything is parasocial for them. And that's why they are sheltered. And my message here is pretty simple. If you're caught up in an echo chamber that is feeding you negative and telling you not to express yourself openly and to not be honest about the situations, and nobody's taking accountability, and it's always only people who may speak up, then you may be in a dangerous situation for yourself long term, emotionally. And that's when, my friends, there's nothing more important. When you see someone in that situation, or you see a situation like this, to call it out, to say loud as you fucking can to whoever's got their head down, about to run into that low bar. There's only one thing you can say. Look up.
When you did approach her, what was the response?
She was just like pushing forward what I was saying, to be honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
One day, when the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yourself. Look up. Look up.
Okay, it was an accident. Okay, it was an accident. Whatever.
You know, it was just what
I think your mother's been trolling you your whole life.
Look up. Look up. It'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yourself. Look up. Look up. Remember what a waste we do. That's when that sound yourself. Look up. Look up. Look up. Look up. Look up. Look up. They'll save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when that sound yourself. Look up. Look up.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Look up.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for being here. I'll see you guys next week. And keep your heads up high. We got a lot to face coming up. Look up.